Those who are asking, did you say Biafra will come in 2023? Biafra has been restored already. What is remaining is a complete declaration that will be defended. And before that happens, there are many things that we need to put in place. I want you to recount the achievement of the Biafra Republic government in exile under the leadership of Simon Ekpa, what we have achieved in 2023, and ask yourself that question again, and you will look very stupid. We have been able to form government in exile in 2023. In 2023, we have formed the de facto government. In 2023, we have launched Biafra Liberation Army. In 2023, we launched Biafra Navy, we launched Biafra Air Force, we launched the forces of Biafra. In 2023, we adopted Helsinki Declaration, which is the constitution of Biafra. In 2023, we had a convention in Finland where Biafra people gathered from all over the world as delegates to vote on the Biafra Charter, which is a living document subjected to amendment. In 2023, we have created 40 states of Biafra. And believe me, many more states will come because we are not done yet. In 2023, not only that we created state, we also brought a redesigned and a redrawn Biafra map to reflect the current situation and the current demography of Biafra. In 2023, we started engaging officially Nigeria state in a guerrilla warfare on self-defense. In 2023, we officially and publicly engaged Nigeria terrorist army, and we are neutralizing them on a daily basis. It has never happened before in the history of Biafra after the war. In 2023, we publicly and openly made sure that Nigeria doesn't kill again in Biafra land and go free. So, if you look at those things I've mentioned and those ones I have not even mentioned, are you still going to challenge Simon Ekpa that Biafra has not been restored in 2023? Biafra declaration is not about mouth pronouncement. It's about putting every structure in place. It's about putting every mechanism and measures in place to shaping the map and the structure of Biafra. In 2023, we have designed the economic viability of Biafra. In 2023, we have kicked off the Biafra Urban Development Project. In 2023, we've made a lot of impact globally. In 2023, the Biafra awareness gained the highest momentum in the history of Biafra since after the war. In 2023, we made the Nigeria terrorist army to cry on the floor of National Assembly. It has never happened in the history of Nigeria. In 2023, those who are serving as the agent of Nigeria, benefiting from the corrupt entity called Nigeria, openly called for persecution, execution, and the kidnapping and arresting of Simon Ekpa because they know that this is a different thing from what they have seen in their entire life. In 2023, they call for the arrest of Simon Ekpa and call for the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Confusion. In 2023, after they have used many years to plan the kidnap of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they have come to say Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is a saint. He's a very gentleman. He's a nice person. But just 2 years ago, they kidnapped this nice person from Kenya. 2 years ago, they tortured him for 8 days. 2 years ago, he was an evil man. 2 years ago, they called him terrorist. 2 years ago, he was everything evil to them. 2 years ago, they spent hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars. They kidnapped him and put him into a private jet from Kenya to Nigeria. 2 years ago, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was everything evil to Nigeria, including to Ohaneze Ndigbo and all of them. 2 years ago, he was the only problem of Nigeria. 2 years ago, he was the only person that constituted all manner of insecurity in Nigeria. He was the one who is more deadlier than Boko Haram. He was everything that Nigeria don't want to see. Today, as Simon Ekpa take the Biafra liberation to the next level, the same people are now calling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu the most sensible person. These are hypocrites. These are devilish people. These are criminals that only thing they want to do is to give dog a bad name in order to kill it. They have given bad that name to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They themselves were the one who condemned Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. The same people today, they have seen that, yes, indeed, someone actually followed this footstep of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and ready to drag all of them to Biafra land. So when we get to Biafra land, we will treat their fuck up very well. Today, the same people who gave the bad name to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, in order to be kidnapped. They slandered his name, blackmailed him to other ethnic nationalities in Nigeria. All of them today has come to say that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is very sensible. Now it is Simon Ekpa is the problem. These people who are just evil from birth refuse to understand why Simon Ekpa have decided to take this thing upon himself to liberate the people of Biafra who has been subjugated and chained with Islamic State agenda. They found themselves in a hole. They tagged us, thought, in a circle, because they thought that they have actually systematically conquered everybody by dividing, creating states, dividing us, changing the demography and map of Biafra people. And at the end of the day, they structured out 5 tiny states, called it 5 Eastern states. And they say, let us continue to divide them. And now they tell you, oh, you are talking about Biafra. You are just 5 states in the circle. We have come to destroy their evil agenda. Today, you will understand that the plan of the Islamic State has failed. Today, the Biafra people are proudly announcing the 40th state, which is called the United States of Biafra. 40 complete states, cut across board, including in the area where they claim they were never Biafra. I have come to learn from what Biafra did wrong in 1967 to 1970. I have come to learn what Wazirike did wrong from the time he started the Biafra movement, and I have come to learn what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did right and was in the process of doing before they planned and kidnapped him. I continue from there, and today we are where we are. They are not resting. Those IPOB Nigeria are not resting as well. Every given opportunity, they think that there is infight in the Biafra government. They will say, oh, their hope now is that they are fighting. And they are hoping that there is infight in the Biafra government. That is to tell you that, like we said, they are cursed. They are cursed. And they can never rise again. Biafra government in exile is a government that nobody born of a woman marching on this planet, using your foot to walk on the ground, will ever destroy. Biafra has been restored in 2023. We have a government, we have a structure of the government of Biafra, we have every department that made Biafra government a legitimate government. The people of Biafra are loyal to the government, both in the exile and in the homeland. We have governors, state administrators in all the 40 states of Biafra. We have the deputy governors, which is called administrators. We have the secretary of state of each state in Biafra land. We have the chairmen and managers of county and the district. If you do not understand that with this structure we have now, one day you will sleep in Nigeria and wake up in Biafra. It means that you are an idiot. I told you that by the time I finish with Nigeria, you will sleep in Nigeria one day and wake up in Biafra. The next phase is to set up the police of Biafra. The reason why we have not set up the police is because it is going to be state police. Every state will have their police. Every state will be independent. It is going to be local police, and there is no interference from the central government of Biafra. The military is a joint military. It's one military that will protect the territorial integrity of Biafra. When one state is attacked, it means that you have attacked all of us. So my people, for those who are asking when are you going to declare Biafra, we have already declared Biafra. We are only waiting for us to conclude the last phase of the Biafra government, and one day you will sleep and wake up in Biafra. Like I said, then we must capture every cranny of the Biafra territory.
When this insecurity was too much in the southeast, I'm based in Lagos. For our group, we have different departments and we have media departments. So we decided to come and cover it and to find out what is actually happening. But when we came around to cover the insecurity, we discovered that 90%, I'm sorry to say, of the insecurity in the southeast was caused by the military. I won't apologize for saying it, but they would have shot me at Osumuruhu that time. So when we came, and on Monday, we decided to cover the sit-at-home proper. So when I have my driver, I have my car, so I moved with my driver. So when we came to Olo, that's near Banana Junction, we discovered that place was, closed up by the military. So I had to come down, because I have a newspaper outfit. So I have my ID card. So I approached the militaries. Even when they saw me approaching them, they were like, even their faces. And I greeted them and I said, Oga, why did you block Drew? I said, who are you to ask us that question, without the harassment? And I showed them my card. I said, unfortunately, I'm a media person, and we are here to cover the sit-at-home, because we realized that you said IPOP is sit-at-home and they're enforcing sit-at-home. But with the look of things, you are the one enforcing the sit-at-home, because I know that before you came, there was nothing like this insecurity. Let's be honest to ourselves. Before the militaries were moved to Southeast, we didn't have it this bad. So you were brought here to relax the sit-at-home. Not that there were clashes within the sit-at-home, but for you to relax it so that people will start coming out. Now that you are blocking the road, it's like you are helping to now enforce the sit-at-home. So when I now flashed my card, they now ran inside. So out of anger, I moved those things on the road. And then I drove past. I covered the whole of Southeast. When you approach their checking point, they look more deadly than any criminal, even armed robbers you meet on the road. The way they approach, the way they harass.
I have a list of persons who have indicated that they would like to give us their own experiences firsthand of how they have been affected, victims of insecurity in Anambra State. And I would like to call them one after the other, if they are here, to come and join us and tell us what exactly has happened. And the reason why we're doing this is because we hear stories on the news. We see stories on social media. Them say, people are saying, but what exactly is the truth? What has happened to us? What happened to our brothers and sisters? We have relatives abroad in the diaspora who are also hearing these things and are afraid to come back home. But we want to encourage them to come home. So we want to hear from our people. What exactly did you experience? What happened to you? What happened to your siblings, to your relatives, to your husbands, to your wives? Please come and speak to us now, live, so the whole world can see you and can hear you. I have Georgina Akunyeba, who's coordinator of Women's Farmers, Anambra State. I don't know if she's here. Please come forward. Come and talk to us.
Good day, all. My name is Akunyeba Georgina, coordinator Small Scale Women Farmers Organization in Nigeria, Anambra State chapter. So, if you look at what is going on in Nigeria today, you will see that security is the major problem. Because when we are saying about ending hunger in the whole Africa, without security, no farmer will go into the bush and cultivate. Like when we write a report to National, after writing a report, we write challenges. But now, all the states, their challenges, number one is insecurity. Like last time, our national president from Plateau State, they killed her husband in the bush while farming. Edo State coordinator wanted to harvest her okra. You have already harvested about 20 baskets. Going back to harvest another one, the people, Fulani people, they fooled the bush and they ran away. So like now in Anambra State, like in Hiala, no-go area, at times you will want to go to a farm. You won't know that somebody is inside the bush. Either they rape you or they kill you. So how can we farm? Ubazuno cannot end hunger. Because when you find, I'm the coordinator, I have been hearing about all the comments of all these farmers across the whole 21 local government. We have a lot of land at Oka North, this Anambra East, Anambra West, Orumba. But insecurity cannot allow us to go there.
For 3 years now, I've not gone to my town. I tried to go only last year. but disguised for 2 days and ran away. So is that terrible? And for 3 years now, I've not gone to my town. I tried to go only last year, but disguised for 2 days and ran away. For 3 years now, I've not gone to my town. I tried to go only last year, but disguised for 2 days and ran away. So is that terrible? And because people like us are not going home, the economy of the community appear to go. So I need the Kenya Anyaka. Yes, the governor is trying. Last year he launched Agone Shemba. Apudo was a former governor in his own right, the new marshal now. You can't say he doesn't know what you're talking about. Mboso Berazia, you are nearly killed at around Lilu. I know that story. So it's a terrible situation, but added to that security problem, but what you may call an attack on our people. The people of the Southeast have been dehumanized, even by the security persons that are to control, to help them. In Aganozo, no matter whether you are sick or not, your age, in what country can that happen? You come down from the vehicle to pass a checking point. Last week, the Vice President of Nigeria came to Anambra State. I was coming from Epoma. Immediately I reached Upper Iweka. Every 5 poles, I will see a police checkpoint. They will collect 100 naira or 20 naira from the shuttle that I entered. And the man was paying. When we go to Airport Junction, they stopped us again. And I said, the man, it is too much. I told the police officer, why are you collecting more? That this man has paid to more than 7 checkpoints, and they want him to pay another one here. He targeted me and said that he must search me. I said, search me now. But I left him and went to the most senior officer there and explained to the person what is happening. He said the vice president came. That is why there's so much. But beyond the vice president, I was coming back from Enugu yesterday. I mean, from Abakaliki. From Abakaliki to Oka here, there are not less than 20. And you must drop. You must drop if you're a commercial vehicle. If you are a young man driving, because my brother's son carried me, you are a target. So it has added to our problem. This is a practical reality. And Omepuzie, hate is the police. The presence of the police or army is now an irritation to our people. So it is a real problem. I'm in the university, I'm a professor. We have a faculty of agriculture at Ifitawari. We can't go there to farm. That we cannot go there because of insecurity. Madam Uhuropunkia, I am a faculty of agric established. The community gave us land, very big, massive land. But our students cannot even live there. So if and I get a solution from here, which is it's not a rocket science to solve this problem. It's not a rocket science. We have universities that if the government is willing, and security agencies, they can engage them. Apalo, in such war, there are those you will give carrot. There are those you will give stick. If I'm not a gaga. So it's not a rocket science to solve this security problem. It's not. What we need is a political will, whether at local government level, state government level, or federal government level. We need to be sincere with ourselves, tell ourselves the truth. That it's not all about grabbing. It's about our people. This morning I was taking a walk, my usual walk, 30 minutes, 1 hour walk, from Brook Foundation towards the Express here. I saw that the beautiful street lights Solodo has put, 2 of them has fallen. And the street bulbs there have been taken away. And it boils down to building the people before building infrastructure. You can build infrastructure and nobody will appreciate that infrastructure. But if you build the people, When people see people destroying that, they will say, Mr. Man, stop that. I was pained when I saw those two things this morning. So I know there is so much problem, but the point I'm making is that there is a solution to it.
Every one of us must rise up. The armed forces are not neutral. They collude. They collude. They collude with the armed bandits. They kill people, kill Nigerians. They facilitate their movements. They cover them. If you are depending on the armed forces to stop the killings, you will all die.
All hail Biafra, land of the rising sun. We love and cherish. We have vanquished our enemies. All hail Biafra. God bless Biafra. In him we trust. Shout it, sing it. All hail Biafra. God bless Biafra. We have emerged triumphant from all our foes. Through the crucible unscathed, we passed victorious. Our trumpets pealing the glorious song. Play it, sing it, all hail Biafra. Oh, hail Biafra. We shall always remember all that perished in the struggle for our freedom. All hail our heroes. Our prayer shall be known both day and night. Say them always. All hail Biafra. All hail Biafra. Now our star shines everywhere. We crave humility. God guide and protect us all. All hail your wisdom, shielding us from fury, unleashed by our enlightenment. Biafra, Biafra, shining forever.
The fallen heroes of Biafra. The time starts now. We mourn our heroes past, we celebrate them, and the heroes fighting on to see that Biafra is fully liberated. Ise, Ise, Ise. Greetings to all Biafrans and lovers of freedom who have joined us this evening, morning, and afternoon and night, depending on your time. We salute you all from all over the globe. And the fate of the season, compliments. Tomorrow marks 29th of April, and our Supreme Leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, will appear in the zoo court to know what the zoo will have to say tomorrow. Because as a Biafran, you already know that our leader has nothing to answer to the zoo. So going to court is to hear what they want to say and what they want to do, how the drama they want to act tomorrow. And on the 2nd of May, according to the schedule of the court, it's another day he will appear in court again. And on the 6th of May. And on all these days, Biafran people, as a tradition, have to keep these days holy in solidarity with our supreme leader that will appear in court. So nothing in any way should hinder you. Biafra land should be under lock and key. So we need to create this awareness so that every Biafran will be aware of this. Pick your phones, call your families and friends back home, remind them of this, and let them be of the know. This announcement is not made today. This announcement was made, and the flyer has been in circulation since last weekend. So no one should come up with the excuse that he is not aware of this or that. One thing you must not even give excuse is that you are not aware that you should observe a sit at home on the day that our supreme leader is going to court. Then that means you are being ignorant to yourself, not to us. You're just trying to shame yourself, because if you're a Biafran, you will know that any day our supreme leader is to appear in court, Biafrans are supposed to, and Biafrans used to, lock down Biafra land. We salute all our ministers of BRGIE that have keyed into this program, our APM, our PM, our Supreme Leader, Wazirike, who also paid the path of this freedom, our heroes of 66, coming down to our eternal leader and our former president of Biafra. We salute the heroes that are fighting to see that Biafra land is fully liberated. We salute every Biafran who has taken it upon themselves to carry arms in defense of Biafra land. We salute the Biafra Defense Forces. We salute every group that are in one way or another fighting against one Nigeria to destroy one Nigeria. Our aim is not to come and paint one Nigeria to look beautiful, but to destroy it totally before it consumes all our lives. Because from 1900 down to this time, one Nigeria has never been good to the Biafran people, not one bit. So there is nothing that will change in one Nigeria now that will better the Biafran people. When you check through the medias, the reportage of massacre upon massacre upon massacre has been the order of the day since the beginning of this month of April. There is no day that there is no reportage coming from the far north, the middle belt, in the Yoruba lands where Fulani terrorists have not massacred. The only place that is not ringing the bell in one Nigeria of the highest level of massacre is Biafra land. Why is it so? Because of the existence of the Biafra Defense Forces. That is why it is incumbent on Biafrans to intensify their contributions, intensify the effort you put on the table to see that our defense is tightened, to see that our defense mechanism is multiplied, to see that our logistics increase day in, day out, to see that we have enabling environment for our defense forces. Without the existence of the Biafra Defense Forces, our lands would have been overrun by now. What you see happening in Zamfara, Borno, Benue, where over 60 communities have been informed of being taken over and controlled by Fulani terrorists in Benue, Zamfara, Borno. Already, all the way from 2014, over 8 local governments of Borno State were under the control and supervision of the terrorists. They collect taxes, they put levy on the people, they control and implement their own rules in those places. The elections of one Nigeria were not conducted in those places, and you don't hear the media propagate about it. When Laya Mohammed came, that was one of the news that would have made the media against Buhari. But Laya Mohammed embarked on a campaign to change the narrative by letting the world know, and entire one Nigeria, that Fulani terrorists have not taken over any place in Borno, whereas over 8 local governments since 2014 has been in the hands of Boko Haram terrorists. There is nothing different from Lukwawa terrorists. There is nothing different from the Fulani terrorists that they all call hunters. There's nothing different from the ISWAP and ISIS. There's nothing different from the Boko Haram. They are all one and the same thing. The sole aim and objective of these people is Islamic Jihad. Islamize everybody, expunge everything that does not imbibe or go in line with their own idea and whatever they want to sow. By the time you resist, they cut your hands off, they cut your heads off, and you are gone and gone. International community will not come and speak for you. International community will only come to see when you have been totally annihilated. They want to know who is now in control, and then they will come to terms and understanding with those that are in control. They will start having trade agreements with those that are in control. So if you're waiting for international community to come to your aid to save you from the terrorists, you have done yourself more harm than good. Governor Autumn, under one Nigeria as a governor, set up security networks in Benue, and when he sorted for approval of arm license, so that those men and women who volunteered their lives to defend their lands could be able to carry arms legally under the constitution of one Nigeria, Buhari stood against it. You know why? Because it was an attempt to subvert the Fulani Islamic Jihad. So his kinsmen were to be hunted down. The jihad was to be curtailed. That is why they could not approve the license to Governor Autumn to arm the citizens of Benue. Because when they were to have gotten that arms, they would have destroyed the Fulani terrorists. So you see that where a Fulani terrorist man is, they will always protect the interests and the ideology of jihad. But we look and see how useless and foolish those we have in Biafra land have become. That in their very before, They are the ones that raise the motion in the National Assembly and said federal government of Nigeria should not in any way give room or consider the release of our Supreme. So as we create awareness for this sit at home, it's a time to ask some of these useless people questions. Let's listen to them. After then, we ask them the questions that matters.
Senate of Nigeria has rejected a motion seeking a political solution to free the leader of the proscribed indigenous peoples of Biafra, Ibab Nnamdi Kanu, from detention at the Department of State Service, DDSS. It also reached a resolution calling for the extradition of a self-acclaimed leader of the separatist group, Simon Ekpa, from his base in Finland to face charges for his sit-at-home calls and inciting trouble in Nigeria's southeast. Our National Assembly correspondent Omo Bazwai has more on this.
Simon Ekpa, a self-styled leader of separatist group Indigenous People of Biafra, has been passing several orders from his base in Finland to his followers, establishing a strict sit-at-home order in Nigeria's southern states. In the absence of Nnamdi Kanu, crippling commercial activities in the region. On Wednesday, the activities of Ekpa and his gang finally caught the attention of the Senate, following a motion by Imo West Senator Osita Isinazo. Isinazo's motion was co-sponsored by all other 14 senators from the southeast, inviting Nigeria's federal might to end the rascality of Simon Ekpa and his band of outlaws in the region.
The Senate is aware that thousands of innocent lives have been lost since this action of sit-at-home in the southeast started, and properties worth over $1 trillion have been destroyed, which has resulted in investors leaving the region.
2023. Efforts by the governors of the 5 southeastern states have achieved little to no end in the terror activities of Ekpa and his men. Kanu was extradited from Kenya in 2021 after he jumped bail in Nigeria, alleging threats to his life by Nigerian security forces. On October 2022, Justice Binta Nyako of the Federal High Court struck out 8 out of the 15-count charge earlier brought against Kanu by the Nigerian government. The appellate court ordered his release on account of his unlawful extradition from Kenya to Nigeria to face terrorism charges. But the Supreme Court overturned the decision of the Federal High Court, leaving Kanu in detention since then.
The Nigerian media is one that is useless. That is number one. Because they can never report things the way they are. Our Supreme Leader did not jump bail. Our Supreme Leader was to be killed in his house. And the Nigerian army that came to kill him ended up killing more than 50 Biafrans. But what you heard was that it was 20 or 28. They killed more than that. And that is how our Supreme Leader was whisked out of that place to be alive today. But you listen to the Nigerian Zoo media, they say he jumped bail. And then he did not open his mouth again to tell the entire world, listening to this rubbish reportage, that Nigeria connived with Kenya government, with the UK government, and then they kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our supreme leader in Kenya, tortured him for days. He even passed out, but God brought life back into him. And then he was later chained, blindfolded, and brought into Nigeria again. They could not explain that. All right. In the absence of them, seeing that they had taken our supreme leader out from freedom and put him in chains in a confined space in their one Nigerian camp. God raised men and women that made things happen. Then we have our prime minister elected by the Biafran people to speak for Biafran people. Then we have our Biafra Defense Forces who have put their lives on the line to make sure one Nigeria becomes unbearable for the zoo terrorists who have come to kill our women, babies, women, and children. So when you hear them crying about Simon Ekpa's firepower, the cry needs to increase now than ever. Yes, because every terrorist in uniform coming to kill our women and children, they are not to be spared. We don't have prison to keep terrorists. We don't have rehabilitation camps for terrorists. We don't rehabilitate terrorists. The terrorists came to kill, to rape, to maim, to destroy, to annihilate, and to take over our lands. Tell me why we should now rehabilitate the same terrorists who came to kill us. Tell me why we should now keep them and say we want to try them in prison. Try them for what? When our women and children that they came to kill, they have already cut off their heads. So what is the point of keeping them to say you want to try them? Try them where? Who will come and try a dead man? Trying them, will it bring back our babies that they cut off the heads, our women and children? Has America rehabilitated ISIS terrorists and then put them back into the American Army or American Air Force or American Navy or the Merchant Navy or the American Marines? We are asking a very pertinent question. Has the European government or has the UK government, after they got a terrorist that came to bomb their territory, do they rehabilitate same terrorists and put them back into their own army? No. A terrorist is treated as a terrorist. Even the Bible makes you to understand that anyone that pulls out a sword and cut off somebody's head, that person also must have to die by the sword. So why are you negotiating or talking about rehabilitating terrorists? Does America rehabilitate terrorists and put them back into their army? Terrorists that came from Palestine, terrorists that came from Afghanistan, terrorists that came from Hamas, terrorists that came from Iran, you now rehabilitate them. After they came, they bombed American White House. They ended up killing like 50 senators inside while they were having meetings. They now went and bombed another community, killed over 500. Then you now pick the terrorists. You say, we have to rehabilitate you and put you inside our army, inside our Air Force. To what use? To come and bomb the entire Air Force base? Or to come and destroy the entire army base? Or to come and destroy the entire White House? Or to destroy the FBI unit? Useless people. It is only in Nigeria that senators celebrate terrorists. It's not only in Nigeria that you, being citizens, you now clap for terrorists that are brought from the Sahel to come and kill you. Because these terrorists makes up the police, the Air Force, the Navy, the Civil Defense, and you even have another special squad that they call Special Forces. These are special forces that they recruited during Obedient and Tinubu Jagaban election of 2023. They unveiled them on a special task. Their special task was to come and eliminate Biafrans in the homeland. Anywhere they hear Biafra, they are taxed. I want to ask all of you, have you seen any of these uniform of special forces in the far north? Have you seen them in Ondo State? Have you seen them in Benue? No, you don't see them in Benue. You don't see them in all those places. You're seeing them only in Biafra land because they were sent for a special task. That is why they came, they mixed them up with some of those that were gotten from the spoils of war of 1967 to 70s. Many of those, our brothers and sisters that you see, that happen to also wear those uniforms to go about killing our women and children, these are those children that their parents begat them as spoils of war in 1967 to 70s. Because if your parent had no lineage of such, you will not in any way decide to collect such uniform to wear and then embark on a killing spree inside Biafra land. Today you can see videos everywhere where they will even wear those uniforms, go into the market, threatening our women while they are there to do their commerce. Threatening them and say, if you don't come out on Monday, if you go and sit down in the house, if you go and observe, sit at home, if you go and talk about Biafra, if you go and talk about Mazen Namdekano, all of you will be killed. All this, your market in this place will be burned to ashes. And you see them wearing those uniforms walking around. And some of them are coming with those uniforms to brag and tell you, I have been part of this, I am part of this, I have been killing you before, and I will continue to kill you when I have the opportunity. And you're embracing them. It's a shame. Now, when you listen to this video we played before, they said, Osita, Senator Osita Isunuzo, led 14 senators of the Southeast, right? So when you add Osita, it now became 15. So it was not the Senate, Nigerian Senate, that rejected or raised the motion against the release of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. It was Osita plus 14 other senators of the East. So put them together, 15 senators of the East are the ones that raised motion against the release of Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. I want us to understand something here. Because when you saw the news headline, the caption on the paper said, Senate reject motion to free Mazen Nnamdi Kanu. But the news media did not explain that it was not Adamu from Zamfara or Kaduna or Kanu or Okoye from Benue of Ademola from Yoruba land or Saidi from Abuja that raised the motion against the release of our supreme leader in the Senate chambers. Who raised the motion against the release? The 15 senators of the Southeast. They sponsored this bill that Nigerian government, that means there was an attempt of a discourse. Yes, that means there was an attempt of a discourse. Based on the firepower of the Biafra Defense Forces, this necessitated the National Assembly to discuss about the activities of Biafra Defense Forces. When you heard them shouting, Simon Ekpa, Simon Ekpa, they assembled and then they sat on it, they discussed. There was concern because if you don't make noise, if you don't create a problem in one Nigeria, nobody will listen to you. So when they have kidnapped your leader, that is a problem. You need to create a counter problem for them to understand that you understand the language that fits them. So the Biafra Defense Forces created a counter problem. The sit at home also created a counter problem, just like Biafrans have increased that momentum today. Today you can see in Biafra land, the sit at home was massive. This is to tell and to register the disagreement of the Biafran people, the decision that they have taken against the terrorist existence of one Nigeria. So the firepower of the Biafra Defense Forces raised a loud alarm, and the Senate decided to sit and to discuss and see the way forward. Some of them were having the notion of, let us mandate Tinubu to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be released because the court had already adjudicated on the matter and he has nothing to answer. But it is we, the lawmakers, that are keeping him there. So why are we being docile in opening our mouth and saying what we should say? So when the entire, how many numbers of senators, numbering the entire one Nigeria, assembled there to discuss about the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and how they will engage Tinubu, they came 15 devils that call themselves senators of the East. They raised a counter motion. They raised a counter motion telling the entire Senate House, we are the ones that are from this Biafra land. And we are telling you people, do not push the bill to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Rather, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should be allowed to rot there. He should not be released. Are you getting the point now? 15 Southeast senators are the ones that sponsored the bill against the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This is a motion that happened on the 26th of July, 2023. It is not something of yesterday. It is not something of 2 days ago. But it is time to revisit this very article. It is time to explain things to all of us because some of us did not take time to read this news in details or listen to it well. At times, we just look at the caption of a newspaper, Senate rejects motion to release Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Then we don't dig in to go and find out what are the terms and conditions or what were discussed in the Senate or what did the media report about this in details or how did it degenerate from this point to this point, who raised the motion and this and this and that. You get to look at this article to see that Adamu from Abuja or Kano or Kaduna or Borno or Samfara or Lagos or Ondo or Ekiti or Benue or Samfara or Gombe or Plateau was never the one that raised the motion that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should not be released. Rather, who did? It is the 15 senators of the East that raised the motion and say Mazi Nnamdi Kanu should not be released, that he should be kept there. So, as we embark on this sit at home, locking down Biafra land for these few days that our Supreme Leader will appear in court, it is good we know those that are holding down our Supreme Leader. Yes. So that when you want to do it, you know where to channel it to. 15 senators of the East, their names are all there. Just go and check them. You will see. The motion was led by Osita Isunuso, plus 14 other senators. Count all of them together, there are 15. These are the people that raised the motion in the Senate that our Supreme Leader should not be released. That is why you see him still in detention till this very day. That is why you see them using his court to play game. They go today, postpone, keep another day, play today, go. Then you will see Abarebe come and do his own drama. Later, you will see the governors come and do their own drama. Later, you will see Soludo will come out and say, in 3 days, in 1 week, I'm going to see Tinubu, this one. The senators in the Senate chambers, numbering 15 of the Biafran extract, they are the ones that put their leg on the ground and say they should not release him. But yet, they campaign for the kidnap of our Prime Minister, Simon Ekpa, and extradition down to Nigeria. But they have failed. So the big question now is, after you guys raise a motion that our supreme leader should not be released, how is Nigeria now? From that 26th of July, 2023, which you guys raised this motion in the Senate chambers, to this very day now, how is Nigeria? How has the Fulani terrorists taken charge of Nigeria? That is a question we should ask them. So, I salute all Biafrans. Minister Jare, please take the co-host. I don't know if you're available to have all the time. So, we salute all Biafrans. Please, as you pick the mic, create the awareness and give your voice, and then let Biafrans know what's going on. So the date for this sit at home, the flyer is displayed on the screen. If you're watching from Facebook, YouTube, or Twitter, you will see the 29th of April, 2nd of May, and 6th of May. These are the total lockdown days which our Supreme Leader will appear in court. Ask them the question, how far is Nigeria now, since after they said they should not release our leader? How far is the zoo going? Thank you so much. Minister Jare, over to you, sir.
Thank you, my able minister. Thank you so much. You have been a very inspirational leader to us, and we appreciate you so very much. As you were asking them questions, there were so many questions that were coming up on my head, and the only one I've been able to pin down now, while I will hope the other ones will flash back, is this very important one that these people have been saying that South Africa has destabilized the Southeast with his sit-at-home orders and all that. I decided to go online to check how many local governments there are in Zamfara State. Because you made mention of, some of the local governments that have come under the control of the terrorists. And then most of these local government areas, not most of them, every one of them that have come under the control of the terrorists, the zoo elections do not take place there. And I remember I heard from the mouth of the governor of Zamfara State. Now Zamfara State too, because Adamawa State is there, Borno State is there, and there's some of the other states, the Kaduna is there. Zamfara State governor told the media that 14 local governments are under the control of the bandit terrorists. 14 local governments. Now I said I was curious. Yeah, that governments are there in Zamfara State. You know what the result told me? 14. 14. So that is to say, Zamfara State, from beginning to the end, is under the control of terrorists. If the governor admits that 14 local governments are under the control of Zamfara State, and is on record that Zamfara State has 14 local governments, that is to say, in 14 local governments of Zamfara State, there are no elections, Nigeria government have no control, and the media are not asking questions about that. 14. So the entire state of Zamfara is under the control of bandits and terrorists. The only place that is relatively free, that the state has control, is the state house. God have mercy. And they have their armies, they send their bandit armies into Biafra land. Thank God for this, our beloved lady, who is not even a Biafran activist, not an IPOB member, not Biafra government member, but she took it upon herself to go and scout through the land of Biafra land, and she discovered that the people causing mayhem and destruction in Biafra land are the Nigerian military in all Biafra lands. And you see this articulated Kwanuzu media gather themselves like a bunch of criminals, asking Simon Ekpa is in Finland, ordering sit at home. This sit at home in Biafra land that takes place like tomorrow is a compulsory sit at home. Now, after tomorrow, every other day, every other thing goes on.
When they want to have the election, their zoo members in Biafra land, they sneak out to go and vote. Biafrans do not vote in Biafra land. We do not fight anybody in Biafra land. Those criminals, those idiots in Biafra land that will go and sneak and go and count their fake ballot papers, nobody will tamper with their lives. But Biafrans will sit at home. But in Zamfara and in other parts of Benue and Boronu, like the governor of Boronu have admitted that parts of his state have come under the control of bandits and terrorists. And he also said that most of them are now having their own courts, their own police, their own markets, their own everything in the Boronu state. Also, we are aware that customs, some officers have been caught, have been found to be the ones supplying weapons to these bandits and terrorists. Nobody in the media is reporting it. They are not asking questions. Nobody is being arrested about it. But Simon Ekpa in Finland, who is asking for just the freedom of his own people, did not declare a war against Nigeria states, did not go after any Nigerian institution, only ask them to step out of Biafra land and allow us to live in peace and to stop killing our people. You see them? So who now should be answering each other? Shouldn't they be answering us already? Why are they not raising hell and pulling down the roof? Because in Zamfara State, Borno State, Kaduna State, El Rufai admitted that parts of Kaduna are already under the control of bandits. El Rufai himself admitted it on the media and also in the national TV. These people, they are just so evil, very evil, and we have no negotiation with them. Thank God, tomorrow Mazin Namdekan is going to court. We do not have confidence in their judicial system, but Mazin Namdekan has taken the precaution he needs to take. He has arrayed himself with those, legal luminaries that are, standing on the side of truth, and they want to see the happier way that these criminals will want to pass through tomorrow. So that being said, I want to appreciate everyone who have joined us on this space today. I want to welcome you all. The following protocol, I know I did not announce my name. You all already know that I am Raphael Chemaka Jere. By the grace of God, I am deputy to the chairman and the boss of this Ministry of Information and Communication that you already heard before, Mazi Amarawasoni. I deputize him, and we are doing the needful because in our own time, in our own lifetime, Biafra must be restored. It is either Biafra is restored or everything that breathes in the zoo will not have any space. That's what we have come to do, and we will do it. Thank you very much. I already have a co-host together with me right now. We have David Inanda. I want you to also introduce yourself and give us your opening remark while we'll begin to hand over the microphone to our Biafra brothers and sisters and friends of Biafra that have joined us on this space this evening. Thank you very much. David Inanda, please grab the microphone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. The Deputy Telecommunication Minister, Pastor Van Van Van. I use this opportunity as well to appreciate the Information Minister, Mazi Sani Akparawa, the Okokondem of our time, Ezioku Bundo one, according to our brother Ukute Biafra. Thank you so much for bringing us together once again to preach the message of redemption and to educate mankind on what they need to know about what is playing out in our land, the land of our ancestors, the land that our forefathers left for us. But the terrorist Nigerian state, in cohorts with all the forces of darkness of this world, want to take it over from us. Like our leader said, we cannot be alive, and these people from the Sahel, these uncircumcised Philistines, take over the land of our ancestors. It is better we are all going to perish than allow these people to take hold of the land of our birth. Having said that, tomorrow is our leaders' court appearance, 29. So tomorrow, Biafrans all over the world will be in solidarity with our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Biafrans in the homeland must show that solidarity by locking down every nook and cranny of Biafra land. Very, very important. And we are putting the world on notice of the atrocities that is happening in Nigeria. More importantly, Finland. Finland disappointed the Biafran people. Finland is aware of the atrocities of the Nigerian state against the Biafran people. Finland is aware of the intimidations, the killings that is happening in our land. Finland is aware of the Islamization agenda that is playing out in Nigeria. Unfortunately, Finland has to play along with the terrorist Nigerian state in order to hold us down for their selfish interests or their political gains. Of course, what you just narrated now, the Deputy Information Minister, of what is happening in the North, it should be on record that what you see happening in the North, where Boko Haram, ISWAP, ISIS, and all the terrorist groups that the North produced are taking over the North. They are not just taking over, they are being handed over the North. All these northern governors, all of them are commanders in the Boko Haram, ISIS, ISWAP. All of them are part and parcel of what is happening, of what is playing out. That is why you can see these terrorists, they go to military barracks and formations and take it over without any major resistance, because the governors are part and parcel of what is happening. Of course, all of them will love what happened in Afghanistan to happen in Nigeria. Just like our leader said, and our prime minister, all these Muslims, all these Islamists, they are comfortable. They will be comfortable in an Islamic state than a secular state. That is why they allow all these things to play out. And why all these things are playing out, they are focusing on Biafra land in order to sustain the Islamization. They want to take over our land, to take over the mineral resources and be able to use them, that our land, as their base to launch attacks in America, in the West. That is what they want to do in our land. But thank God for the quick intervention of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Thank God for the quick intervention of our Prime Minister, Mazi Simon Ekpa Njoku. They are the resistances that all these terrorists are having in our territory. And it's quite unfortunate, like our information minister said, that the Biafran people, more importantly, the political players from Biafra land, the senators, the governors, the PGs, the local government chairmen, the AZs, the political AZs, all of them are in cohorts with all these terrorists. All of them are cohorts with the Islamic world. All of them are in cohorts with Sultan of Sokoto. All these Muslims from the north, all of them are playing the same script. You can see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had been held for complete 5 years in detention. And it's quite unfortunate that we are hearing, we know that these people who are holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are his brothers and his sisters, are people who are supposed to be clamoring for the release of our leader. They are the ones raising motion for our leader to be held to perpetuity. Biafrans that are listening all over the world, you have gotten the message. I want you to understand that all these people come from your local government. Osita come from your local government. Enyinia Baribe come from your local government. All other ones, they come from different states in Biafra land. More importantly, the 5 Igbo-speaking states in Biafran territory. I want you to look at them. Look at these people. They are the reason why our people are sitting at home, yet they feign ignorance of the sufferings and the yearnings of our people. They seem not to be listening. They seem not to be hearing what our people are saying, that they want our leader to be released. So I want you to understand, you that is listening, that come from Omambara state, you come from Olu state, you come from Okigwe state, you come from any state that you come from in Biafran territory, more importantly, the 5 eastern states. I want you to understand that it is your senators, your representative, that is the reason why our leader is being held up till tomorrow. And what is the offense of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? Asking for your freedom, asking that what is happening in Burkina Faso today can be able to be replicated in Biafra land. That is what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu stands for. And his own people who are getting peanut from the terrorist Nigerian state are gathering together against our leader for their political gains, for their positions, for their properties, and they are standing on the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Oh my goodness me. Biafrans, what fate do you think should befall all these people? What fate do you think should befall all these people who are seeing the cries, who are seeing the wailings of our people, more importantly, the elderly in the villages that are praying and asking that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu be released? But these people are sitting on the release of our leader, on the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And they are free themselves. They can fly out abroad. They can have their families and enjoy with their families. They can do whatever they want to do. They can execute whatever project they are given to execute. Yet, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu freedom is not anything important to them. They don't give a damn. They don't care. Even if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is killed or died in detention, that is not their problem. So right now, I want you to picture a situation whereby Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is your brother, is your relation, is your father, is your uncle, and he has been held for 5 good years in detention, and the persons that are holding him are the same people that he comes from local government with. He comes from the same state with them in various southeastern states, and you consider the reason Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is being held. No other reason other than for the betterment of the Biafran nation. It is heartbroken, very, very heartbroken. And I don't think any one of you will be happy that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu stays more than he has stayed, and you allow these people to walk free in Abuja. You allow these people to blow their sarin to Enugu. You allow these people to blow their sarin to Imo State, to Olu State, or to Okigwe State, or Omambara, or Ikemba State. You allow these people to be roaming the street of Biafra while they are holding our savior in detention. Oh my goodness me. Biafrans all over the world, the time to rise up and fight for our freedom is now. And the only way you can show your anger is by supporting the Biafran Defense Forces. The only way you can show your anger and demonstrate to the Biafran people that you are so angry about this intimidation of our nation, Biafra, that you are so angry about the continued detention of our leader, is to sit at home on the 29th, and is to sit at home on the 3rd, on the 2nd of April, and it to sit at home on the 6th of May, and more importantly, to fund BDF vigorously, very, very important, and as well to embrace the special IOU loan in order to make sure that our people are free. Because the only thing as it stands now that can free our leader is the actions and activities of the Biafran Defense Forces. And once your fund gets to them, believe you me, Nigeria will know no peace. Before you know it, Nigeria will disappear from the face of the earth. And all these people who contributed in still holding our leader in captive will pay a very bigger and bigger price in time to come. Thank you so much. I just want to stop here. I yield my mic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. A very powerful speech from you, Mazi David Nana, the one that scared the Tolo shameless woman. Only one question is what he just put up, and the woman was running, running as if 7 demons from hell was pursuing her. Only one question is what he answered. Are you sure that you calling the Nigerian government politicians is a good idea? You speaking with them and giving them the number of our men on ground? No, he's my friend. We speak. To ask another question that would have broken the camel's back, the idiot ran away. Shameless, shameless Satan. We are here, and I am so happy that up till now, so far so good. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu is still powerfully in charge of Biafra land, and the only way you can continue to prove that he is the savior of Biafra, the savior of Africa, the savior of those that are, the originals of Africa. He is the savior. The only way you can prove it is standing in solidarity with him tomorrow as he goes to court, because you know how he does it. When the institution called the Zoological Republic wants to prove that those that wear their wig, they do not like to respect their rule of law. Mazen Nnamdi Kanu knows how to steal the show. He will take over, and not just because he wants to shine, but because he wants to act like the powerful redeemer that he is. And he will do the needful, and the zoo will shake once again. They never can predict what will come from him. And when they think they have gotten him down, that's when he will rise up and choke them. And then tomorrow is yet another day. We are going to experience another beautiful encounter. And then Biafrans will rejoice over it, because every day is a win for us. These zoo animalistic journalists begin to ask questions. Why is it that sit at home? The question I ask is sit at home. The sit at home that does not stop anybody from doing what they want to do after the sit at home. Is it now worse than territories that have been taken over by terrorists, whereby people cannot move around freely, churches cannot go, churches cannot open, Christians are not allowed to live in the neighborhood because any Christian that is found there will be murdered? You want to compare, if you sit at home, you are all crying to high heavens because people sit at home in solidarity, or people have chosen to sit at home for a good cause. And until today, there is none of those criminal, foolish journalists that have come out to say, but let us face the fact too. The reason why this people are sitting at home, it has not been addressed. Why not address it so that this sit at home will be a bygone? You will not address it, but you want them to stop sitting at home. God will punish all of you. Now let us begin to give a microphone to those that are available here. And if you are here, please request and raise your hands, because the only way we can know that you want to speak is by your hands being raised up. And already we have Mazi Onyeka, code the number. Please grab the microphone.
Please grab the microphone. Thank you so much.
We are going to be giving us three minutes, please. 3 minutes, so that we'll be able to utilize the time very, very well. At most, if what you want to deliver is very, very, powerful and crucial, you have an extension of 2 minutes, which is 5 minutes for one time you want to speak. Then you can come back again and speak. So, Yeka, grab your 3 minutes and at most 5 minutes.
Go ahead. Thank you so much. Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister for Information and Communication and Deputy. Biafran governments, ladies and comrades, I greet you. Yes, you see, really, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu's court lockdown 29th April, 2nd May, 6th May. Yes, and from BDF. You see, when our minister was talking about those who are behind this, who said Mazen Nnamdi Kanu should be released in 2023, he mentioned Osita is now is somebody that is we share our local governments from our local government, old local government. He's a very useless man, very stink idiot. You see, when the zoo, the Fulani want to use these fools, because that's what they're trying to do as puppets. Fulani have used them, and in a way that when the international community is here, they say that it's their people now. It's their people say they shouldn't release him. It's their own people. It's not us. Their own people. And when somebody see that, when they foreigners see that it's their own people, they see that think that it's their own people, against what the man is doing, and see the man is committing a crime. This is how they bring themselves low to Fulani to be using them for anything. That's why they tell you, go to a Senate, go through your Senate, because they know that you go through them, nothing. You can't get nothing. I am pitying those who are still looking up to these morons, think that anything good will come out of them. If you are close, any of them, they know that the youth are angry. Any of them close to you, if you have your time, don't any of them close to you. If you have your chance, copies, because they are there. They have signed your land. They have signed away your land. They have signed away your future, your children, everything for the self-interest. Of which some of them, I don't even know the blood that runs in them, because based on what we have seen today, I don't doubt, because the actions are now going to question whose blood runs in them. But I'm not confirmed that majority of them are not even abroad, because this language is in Ngozi Obigboro Fulani. If she has contested in Anambra, want to represent Oga in Abuja, would any of us know that she's 100% Fulani blood? She has no iota of Igbo blood in her. Just happened to be born in Igbo land. Finish and speak the language. That is only the advantage she's using to commit all this gross crime against humanity. Doing what she cannot allow to be done in where she comes from in Bono State. However, we have seen difference. You have seen the reality. You so-called Southeasterners, you have seen the reality. If you are still sitting on the fence, still thinking that you want to wait for Mazen to come out or Professor to come out, you are there going to court. Who is going to court is Biafran going to court. When Biafran wearing presenting Mazen and the Kanu, Biafran goes to court, because Mazen Kanu is there today not because he committed any crime, not because of his personal issue, but because he has refused to sign the document, to sign a way to convert our freedom and interest into money and what money can buy. He has refused to sign those things. That is why he's still there today. So who will be going to court is Biafrans. And anybody that is going to court, will the person leave his shop open? Will the person leave his house open? Leave his business center open? No, that's why it's no. Biafrans are going to court. Therefore, everywhere is expected to be locked down. Ghost town. And like I communicated to my siblings that if you dare go out and happen to you, don't call me on phone. Don't call my phone. And they are standing house. You also call your siblings, your family own. Tell them to tell others. We expected to show the international community, show the morons that call themselves senators, whatever they call themselves. The old fool with up to is somebody we don't know that is even a coward delivered. Allow Fulani from Tajelon to be using them pintom like a moot. If you fail to sit at home, you see, have been confirmed by known the woman not even support what we're doing. We don't even know her. She decided that's how reasonable people does. She decided to go investigate by herself and found out, even when she said 90%, but we know it's 100%. This security in our land is 100% by a criminal Nigeria politicians and Nigerian military and police. They're the one causing insecurity. Someone was just the solution. Solution who said no, that our people can no longer be killed. Musa said our people will be killed, have organ harvested. The extortion continue, bunkering continue, organ harvesting. Those things that our friends say no. That is the insecurity of Prime Minister Monepa. Because he said no, that our people can no longer be killed. Those who kill them can no longer go scot-free. And if you are from that soil today, you are a Biafran, whether in Sokoto East or Sokoto South, and you refuse to stand up today, you are in abroad to support Biafra Defense Forces, you don't know what you're doing to yourself. Fulani there, those beggars, most of you love to do show, to give them money. Think that you are doing God, nobody, no blessing, nobody's blessing you. The money you are giving to Fulani beggars, God did not bless you, no blessing coming from it. You are fooling yourselves. That money, they are using it to fund terrorism, to fund those monopoly conference against you. Okay? Those who send them, collect the money from them, use it to fund jihad against you. So if you refuse to support BDF, you are doing yourself, you're not doing us. Okay? All I'm telling you is that everything has time. Bring that money now, not when it's late, you bring it. You go and do it yourself. Not when you come to your village now, you go, hey, can I do this? And I'm wondering all of you that have spoken, that I know what you said one by one. Your village will be attacked. Don't come, then I'll reply to you in a way that that I remember what you said. Thank you so much, dear friends. We have seen this is what we have known. Well, it's not new to us. We continue what we're doing. Double your efforts. Everything you're doing, double it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, number. Please mute your mic because there's always echo if your mic is open. Thank you so much. Thank you so very much. We have Tonex Ogugwa. Tonex, please grab the mic. You have 3 minutes, please. And there are those that raised their hands and their hands went down. I don't know what happened. Okay, we have to bring them back up again. Tonex, go ahead.
Can someone else go for me? Later I'll come in.
Someone else. Those ones that their mic have gone down. Anyway, let me see. You have to be always ready to speak. I think who else is there with the mic? We have Rage and Fury. Rage and Fury, your hand was up before. I don't know what happened. So grab it now and make use of your 3 minutes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Minister of Communication. Greetings to all the honorable cabinet members of the BROGIE. Respect to you, Honorable Minister of Information. Special greetings to all our leaders from the times of from the days of Dim Odimegu Ojukwu, Phillips Effiong, and Ralph Waziri. To our leader Onyendo Maziumna Dekano and our beloved Prime Minister, His Excellency Simon Ekpa, and the acting Prime Minister, His Excellency Ogechukwu Kere. My special greetings to all the military, especially to the Chief of Defense Staff, Igwe Butuzo, and all the commanders and generals. Thank you very much to all the donors, financial donors, for your sacrificial giving and your commitment, your consistency. I greet you all, and to all the media people. In fact, you are the best thing that happened to us in our generation. MNK'S court lockdown 29th April, 2nd May, and 6th May. Fund BDF, Nigeria is gone. Of course, Nigeria is gone. Country no Okpore. You understand? Nigeria is gone. It's not a joke. So the least you can do for someone that has given up everything for you, that has even given his life for you, in the person of our leader Mazion Nnamdi Kanu and Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, the least we can do for them is sit at home. Understand? So the sit at home is another way of protest. As we all know, if we come to the street to protest that, okay, today our leader is going to court, you must release him. You know what they will do? They will unleash the Nigeria so-called military police on us, and they will kill us all. You understand? So how do we protest so that we can be safe? It's to sit at home. And the sitting at home, we have also been made to understand the importance of sitting at home. It's another form of telling the world that Nigeria is not in charge of our territory. First of all, my special greetings to all our people that are sitting at home, to our Igodo people that joined the sit at home today, no matter the level of compliance, respect, and maximum salute. Isoko and Urobo, we must file up and do the same. We must sit at home as well, you understand? Because like the topic said, Nigeria is gone. And you must agree with me. If you say Nigeria is not gone, you're only deceiving yourself. Especially if you live in homeland here and you argue that Nigeria is not gone. It means that you are the biggest liar to yourself, you understand? Nigeria is gone. We need a better country, a country we can be proud of, a country where we can be safe, a country where brothers can live together as brothers, sisters can live together as sisters. That country is Biafra. We need to come together and fund our defense forces. That is the Biafra Defense Forces. These are the only forces that are defending our babies, our children, and our women. These are the only forces that have our interest. You cannot come around Nigeria police or Nigeria soldier. Your life will be in danger. It's even safer to be around armed robber than to be around this so-called military and police. You understand? You feel safer in the presence of an armed robber than you will be in the presence of Nigeria Army and Nigeria police and all these are so-called security, a terrorist security group in Udugachi, Ibubago, and whatever you call them. So when we say Nigeria is gone, Nigeria is gone. So sit at home is very key. And I also want to pass a message to our beloved president, Donald J. Trump. I don't know if this message can get to him, but he must understand that here in Africa, we love him so much. A lot of people here in Africa love him so much. He should not allow his name to be dragged into the mud regarding the issue of Burkina Faso. The whole world knows what is right and what is wrong. And the whole world the whole world is behind this young man. A young man of just 35, maybe 34 years old, who is giving great leadership examples in Africa. Our father and our president, Donald J. Trump, please do not allow the cabals, the powers that be, to drag your name into the mud. One thing you need to understand is that if you want to do business with any African nation and you come in the right way, what do we have? We are not going to eat the resources by ourselves. It's just a matter of you having a good contract, a good understanding with us. Okay, probably let me drop the mic here. I'll come back later then because I still have a lot to say.
Yeah, you don't pick
Probably.
another topic. You don't leave our topic. You don't go talk another one.
Okay. Thank you very much. Let me use the mic. So
All
we
right.
must sit at home.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Rage and Fury. Thank you. All right, we have Ancestra. Ancestra, please grab the mic. We need more hands to go up, except you don't want us to stay as long as we wish on the space. Your hands needs to be up. Thank you. Ancestra, are you there? Okay, Ancestra is not ready. Tonex is ready. Grab the mic, Tonex.
Yeah. Good evening. Am I coming out clear?
You're coming out, please. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, Mazen. Good evening, dear friends.
There we
My APM, thank you for giving me the opportunity. Let me go straight to the point. The lockdown 19th to and the May. Yeah, this is another decision. It's very good. It's very good. This system is what our leader himself taught us to do. When we also give support financially and then we act on it. Since when we come out to protest, we can take for example what happened during the NSAS. So many of them were unalived, and it shows that no more coming out for protest. So another kind of protest that our leader taught us is sit at home. That sit at home we will keep. And secondly, to the people that the sit at home is going for, there is no how that any of the zoo politician will tell me that sit at home didn't get to them. It's a lie. It got to them, and they felt it. So we'll still begin, even if it's this thing that a normal person can do to stay safe. At least if you sit at home, you are safe. Your goods will be for you, those that do business, your goods will be for you, your money will be for you. You buy your food and stay in place. It's very, very okay. So it's a good thing for that kind of government that doesn't know how to follow the law and the constitution. Now, for the Eastern governors saying that our leader shouldn't be exist. These people are joking with people. These men are joking with people, and we have had it more than here. We have had it, we have endured. We keep enduring. 2025, we are still enduring this people, and they are still doing what they are still doing. Why shouldn't Nnamdi Kanu be released? I'm asking because I should be asking the zoo representative in the former state. should be asking the governor, why is Nnamdi Kanu or whoever that is presenting them in the house, why shouldn't Nnamdi Kanu be released? Is Nnamdi Kanu a Fulani terrorist? Sorry to say, today I was having a conversation with somebody, a lady, and the brother was kidnapped. She said the brother told her that over 80 million of cash are in the forest in the hands of this Fulani, and they are kidnapping day in, day out. The brother just came out, he paid 10 million. You can now imagine the kind of situation that we are in. And somebody that went to the, I'm not even sure that the person, even if you even bought the ticket, but normal human common sense, why shouldn't Nnamdi Kanu be released? We already understand he shouldn't be released because you guys' hands are not clean. Whatever Nnamdi Kanu is saying is right. Why shouldn't he be released? For what? And it pains me the most. Non the buy in a buy here. Let me speak my language. On the buy in a buy here. Only boy are ka nwanne ya ntọ n'ezi ma ndị mba ndị ọzọ na-emefu ọbara na nkịtị. It is very bad. This is injustice. Seriously, it is happening and it has gone beyond physicalities. Even it is already spiritual going. But these people, I don't know the kind of chill that they serve. I don't just know. But I definitely know that karma will definitely catch up with each and every one of you. I'm sure of that. That I am very sure of, because our leader lay cost on it. Because go and ask somebody like Nike, is his life the same since our leader lay cost on him? I don't understand. We should start asking the representatives of the zoo in person, call their names, because this time now the more people are still calm, but I believe we are not calm at all. We are not calm. I'm saying it every day. We are not calm. We are pushing. And let me go to use this opportunity to speak to those of our brothers and sisters that are on the other party. You know yourselves. It will be of a great to tell you that your efforts, your finance, your push are not going to the right source. Our leader never thought that he's never going for our leader. He's not what our leader. Just have that in mind. Whenever you are that, you know that what you're doing is going to the right source, that you're wasting your time. You know this on yourself, because I feel that it is the support that we give that gives this all the push. Now, those that have not succumbed to this support, that are still hell-bent on doing their own thing, I don't know the kind of Nnamdi Kanu again they are fighting for. Is it Nnamdi Kanu that we know they are fighting for, or is there their own Nnamdi Kanu and Mazi Samuel? But I don't know. So I use the opportunity to tell them that their efforts are not going to the right source, and it is to their own interest. They should deviate and do the necessary things so that we will push now. You can look at what is happening in Burkina Faso. Now, Burkina Faso of yesterday, Ibrahim Traoré of yesterday, who is Ibrahim Traoré compared to our leader? What has he done? But look at what is happening. We should support our own. We should come out and stop dividing our support, dividing our attention, dividing our strength, and expecting to push. If it is that same Biafra that we are fighting for, that you are fighting for, everybody should come out. I believe if I am to be someone else like the other party now, that even if it is somebody like Mazi Biafra United that called that, okay, let's do so thing. I will not say no. I'll say, okay, let's do it, but we have our differences. But we know that we are pushing to it, except she's having something else that she's pushing for, of which she's showing it. So she should try and not waste our time, and those supporting her should know that they are her strength and they should desist from it and do the necessary thing. That's what I will push. I thank you, Honorable Mazi, Honorable Samuel. Thank you, everybody. God bless you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your submission and updates. Thank you so very much. All right. We have a code artisan. Your hand is up. Please grab the mic. You have 5 minutes at most. Code artisan, did you hear me? If code artisan is not ready, how about ancestral? Are you ready? Nobody seems to be ready in the house here. David Nana, you got your mic back. Are you ready to add up to what
Yes.
we've said? All right,
Okay.
go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Code Artisan, are you ready to speak now?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Okay, yeah, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Good evening, ministers of information. Good evening, my fellow Biafrans. Um, I want to congratulate my fellow Biafrans in the homeland for another successful sit-at-home exercise. We are the only ones that are doing the things that are indeed that is indeed driving the zoo government and their stupid citizens mad, because we are the ones that are doing the right thing. Sit at home is nothing but a voluntary civil disobedience, far better than protest in Nigeria, whereby if you go out on protest, the lawless state called Nigeria will send their army and the police to kill you. But when you are sitting in your house, nobody will come there and kill you. At least they can't do it as rampantly as they can shoot people who are protesting on the street, and they will steal their body and go and bury it. So it is very, very important that that our people at home exercise that sit at home. The whole world sees it, though they may be pretending that they are not seeing it, but they see it. And one day, none of them can pretend as if they cannot see it anymore. But it is very powerful. If sit at home is not powerful, they won't be complaining. That all of a sudden they now care about Igbo economy. But during COVID, they locked down Igbo land and the whole of Nigeria for 6 months. They never cared about the economy. They never cared about the well-being of the people, but only to sit at home on Mondays and on the days of Mazen Namdekano going to court, they begin to have all the problems in the world. We sit at home. So I congratulate each and every one of us. Whenever you see them crying, whenever you see them crying, it means that we are doing the right things. We are doing everything that we're supposed to do, and we're doing it right. So that is just it on this matter. So we all know that the reason why they are complaining is because you're doing the right thing, and for that reason, they expect more propaganda to come your way, expect more name calling, more hatred to come your way. But nobody cares. We are no longer in the days of simping and crying about who said what or did what to us, because we know that we have been in a war. Just that we have been in a war. We thought the civil war ended. It never ended. They just were executing the war by other means, via economy, via political repression, and other things. And I also want to use this opportunity to congratulate our brothers and sisters at a banquet that has finally said what needs to be said. These are the developments that when it happens, it only drives the zoo mad. And I hope that even they too themselves will join massively in the sit at home, because you don't tell them, you don't just tell them that you are a Biafran by words of mouth alone. You should do it actually by action. Join your brothers and sisters in the hinterland, in the Igbo heartland, to sit at home. Tell them that you want Martin Amdekan released. He has been the first person who woke up Igbo people about Ibanke being Igbo land. So that is just it. Again, I want to remind each and every one of us that funding BDF is very, very important. It is paramount. It is the backbone of this entire movement. There is no Biafra without sovereignty, and only the Biafra Defense Forces that can defend the sovereignty of the people. The sovereignty of the people lies in the ability of the people to live wherever they want to live within our own political space, which is Biafra, without the fear of someone killing them. There is no sovereignty when our women cannot go to the farms. There is no sovereignty when people are being harassed at checkpoints by the zoo terrorists in uniform. So it is very, very critical that our people all over the world, wherever we are, must support the Biafra Defense Forces with the most we can. But even those of us who are a little bit handicapped financially, especially those living in the zoo and in Biafra, even your $1 too, which is about 1,500 600 naira, still does a lot. So let us continue to, without taking back our hands, continually support the government financially, support the government here on this app. It is a good thing that a lot of us also are here on this app, constantly saying the truth, because those things all matter. Your $1 and your moral support on this app and other social media platforms is a building block. It is a stepping stone, not a stumbling block. Therefore, let us continue in that way, and I guarantee you that in due time, we will get absolute freedom in everything that we do concerning the liberation of our land. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Code Artisan. David Nana, it looks like did they block your co-host ability? David Nana, are you there?
He will have to leave and come back.
Because it looks like he's not able to use his.
He has a network problem.
Yeah, okay. So David Nana, try and leave and refresh your system. Then you come back. Mazi Sonny will give you that enablement again. So we have Tony J. Tony J. Even though you are not lifting your hands, only Tony Ogogo have already said something. But let's try Tony J if he has something to say. Tony J, if you're there and want to speak, can you unmute yourself?
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you very much. I'm grateful for this opportunity again and this gathering. I want to thank all the ministers that have sustained this movement till this hour. A lot of us have spoken well. A lot of us are divided in spirit, and that is our weak point. When the wings of the enemy blows, most of us tends to be confused. We lose focus. I believe that the sensitization of our leader has created the spirit of oneness all through Africa, not only on Biafran citizens. When I started following Nnamdi Kanu from 2012, majority of the countries in Africa were standing up behind him, moving on to different platforms on social media. And I was surprised. He was standing for the entire Africa. I saw women from Northern Africa, Southern Africa, and other parts of Western Africa speaking, hailing him, wishing that they have a voice like this in their own region. And we as Biafrans, when this enemy study us and use our blood, our sisters, our brothers to penetrate us, we get weakened. All the scenario about DOS, Samonipa stood up, stand against the wings, the terror, the blackmail and everything, and Nigeria could not believe that after arresting Nnamdi Kanu, another giant leader will come up. He stood and he conquered, and he take us on the course at which they were afraid. The first time in life that a general, a defense minister in Nigeria will cry on social media. Then what is happening to us today? What are we doing? It is a question I ask every Biafran. To be precise, I'm an Ogoni man. And I'm a Biafran. I work in the Jew. But in my office, if you ask who is a Biafran man, they will tell you that man is a Biafran man. I confess it everywhere. If a Fulani man can take somebody from Sahel to be his brother, me and Ogoni man, am I not a Biafran? Every Biafran is my brother. And I fight every day to ensure that Biafra will be restored. So taking our leader again, the prime minister, away, and the enemy penetrated us, should not weaken our spirit. We need to do more for Musa to come out again and cry. That is my concern. That is my little advice. Let Musa come on again so that the world will understand we are united. We are who we are. We are the fearless tribe. So that is my little contribution, that no matter how they divide us, no matter how people will stand, hey, I'm USB. There were certain things Samunekpa said, because I follow every day and I partake every day. He said you will sleep in Nigeria and wake up in Biafra. He itemized everything he has put in place, which was the fear of Nigerian state. He executed it. He raised an army. He built the 40 states. He named them. He established the territory of Biafra. He drew the map. And they were like, what is happening? And Musa came up. So I believe even though our prime minister is somewhere else, he wants to hear more cry from the Nigerian state. He wants to see us stepping higher so that the Finnish government will understand that taking him to a silent place cannot stop us, because we are not the problem of Nigeria. Nigeria is rotten. Nigeria is dead. Nigeria is in the mortuary. And we need to walk away. Thank you very much. I hold my mic here.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tony. Jay, thank you. Thank you. Who else is there that wants to add their voice to what is being said here? Mazin Namdekano's court lockdown, 29th of April, which is tomorrow. Lockdown all across Biafra land on the 2nd of May. Lockdown all across Biafra land. And on the 6th of May, lockdown all across Biafra land, because only Mazin Namdekano will go to watch, to do and defend himself in the clueless zoo court of the animal kingdom called Nigeria. So we're going to hear from him. We're going to hear also from his attorneys. We have been updated by a lawyer, Jimako, that about how many of these attorneys, about 16 attorneys, which also include a good number of senior advocates, they will be there to defend Mazin Namdekano. I think over 16 of them. There was one in two that came in, and once we identified him, we reported it to Mazin Namdekano, and everything was done, and he was immediately deleted from the list of those that will represent Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. Honorable Fulani tried to also infiltrate that line, but we standing gidigbam, we made sure Ezobika's name will not appear on that list. All those shameless zoo instruments, shameless zoo agents. Please, I'm doing this addendum because I'm waiting for any one of you that want to grab the mic to add up to what we are saying here. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu means the whole world to us. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is Ohamadi Kendibo. Mazin Nnamdi Kanu is our own savior. He is the master of our Prime Minister, Master Monepa. Yes, he is the head. He is our leader. Everybody calls him our leader. Our PM calls him our leader. Even fake people, criminals that are hiding under IPOB, under Biafra Republic government, they also refer to him as our leader. Can you believe that? No. Okay. Mary is requesting to come up. Yeah, I'm adding you up now, Mary. Yeah, Mary, you can grab the mic if you are in a speaking position. Go ahead and grab the microphone. Mary, take him.
Good evening. Good evening, sir.
Good evening, my beloved Mary. Go ahead, my dear.
Good evening. Good evening, Information Minister. Good evening. Yes, my people, I don't want to take much time because of our leader day. Yes, please. Good evening, our leader. Good evening, Itiare Kondo, Masi Simon Ekpa. Good evening, Nkenke Rabasi, our APM. Yes, this sit at home is very important, my people. Lockdown. Masi God's day, lockdown, 29 April till 2 May and 6, talk right? 6, 2 May and 6 May. Fun Biafrans, BDF. Nigeria is gone. Yes, of course. Nigeria never even be exist in this world. But important things, I'm here because our leader day. My people, please, you must sit at home. Sit at home is very, very important. And fund your liberation army. Fund because the BDF is your savior. We must find funds so that Nigerian government, it will not exist anymore in life. And this sit at home, there is no weapon special like you because they said you are a poor person and you don't have gun, but you have gun, you have your power by sit at home. Our leader, everybody is shouting Sure, Burkina Faso president, the young man. But we should not forget that our leader is the person who wake up all the African nation because he said it. No matter this thing is going on, is Biafra, is the sunlight of the world. They take the advantage because they listen, they know the good things. Imagine, no, it's not only Sure, a young man. The citizen, no matter anything they did because they want to go out from the slave of European Union, they stand up and stand with him. Biafra, what is our own problem by we? Our own leader, the first man, and is going to continue to be the first and the last because that is the sun of the African light. Is there. Those people would not come and fight for you. You have the precious we shine in the whole world and fighting for you to show you the way and steal them, steal our people. Imagine now how many senators, wherever you are in Biafra land, all the 40 states, ask yourself, those senators, are your senator is not among of those people? You 40 states of Biafra, where you follow our leader from the beginning, from the started, when he start this our freedom, this our life, for we will know who we are. You are among that. Ask yourself, 40 states, ask your senator, do you call Nigerians who government if you're still call yourself Nigeria as in Biafra land? Ask your senator, is it not among of them, those people? Not only one side speaking Biafra language, not only Igbo. Ask you where they speak Ebibio, you where they speak Aron, you where they speak Goromi Goro, you where they speak Igbani. Ask yourself. Ask yourself. You where they speak Ogoni, you where be a Bibio language. Ask yourself, did your senator and all this state, 40 states, they was there from the beginning of our leader. Now, one of the betrayer, Sabo, enemy between, call themselves Nigerian senator. You know now that they are the people stopping our leader, being saboteur, being the enemy between, so that they will continue to sold you in the hand of enemy, so that they will continue to milk your mineral resources and to keep you in this 2025 century. Old fools, more than 60 and 70 years old. Please, my people, you must know now. Sit at home. You where you said you love our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our savior. You love our Itiare Kondo, our prime minister. Sit at home. Show the real love you said when he was around. That is the weapon you have. And your funding too. Because our soldiers, the angel, who decide to pay their life for our sake, your funding go a long way. So that Musa will continue to cry. Let us be the one heart as Burkina Faso citizen. They reject their old fools, their Iwe, like we will call it Iwe. They reject their own politician. They reject their old men who stand with European Union to disturb them, to continue selling their children, continue make them be advert. They are hungry, they are suffering. These people stand with their leader, with Shore, and fight. They reject those fools. Why we Biafra cannot do the same thing? Why when we notice the saboteur between us, like some of the evil ladies, evil women among us, the saboteur, the enemy between. When you know people like that, why can't you back away from them and stand where you know that is the true way? Please sit at home. Nitoe kambok ebaku fok. Ebakufo, a near one heart, help your brother, stand up so that we will finish this one and for all. You where you said Shore is doing good to Burkina Faso, a young man, is it younger than our PM? The soul where this young man, even our own PM, Itiare Kondo. Most of us, we are senior him so much far away. He give you everything. Do you know what you're fighting? It's not just like Burkina Faso fighting. Our own, even worse than their own. But they stand with that young man. They reject the old fools then. And now you're asking, you stupidity, you educated fools. And your shower blessing, but you know the kind of pain, you know the sacrifice the Burkina Faso giving to them to be in that way. Your own, what is your own? A betrayer, a sold out. And later you will praise, you will sing a song for another country. That is why Fulani is using you guys. That is the truth. That is the truth. That is why the Fulani photo Jaron as emir, as Sokoto emir in Sokoto to sold you people a smelling pig, a smelling animals, as Fulani emir in Sokoto. Look at Ibrahim. All of them, they are sinking Ibrahim. But you know those people good. They stand as one. Say, no, European Union, you cannot come to my land and steal what belongs to me and continue to give me a slave. The same thing our leader did. The same thing Itiare Kondo did. What these people do, because the betrayer in midst of us, they are so dangerous. What you're supposed to do, now to back off from them. Now to tell them, God forbid, I can never be in that hole with you. That is what you're supposed to do. But we will come here and sing the glory of the young man, where all of them group together say, no, my gold is for me, my minerals resources is for me. You can never come and steal from me. Your own, Biafra, what do you do? Now to continue sow your soul to the European Union, continue sow your soul to Fulani Empire of Arab, to continue kill your children. That is what you people know how to do it. But this time around, Biafra said enough is enough. Our leader don't show us enough love, enough example, how we to stand. Don't mind the evil Arabo Fulani, evil of agent of Sokoto, Sultan Sokoto Arabo Fulani. You must stand because those people are Arab. They are fighting for their own wealth. For your own wealth in your ground, Arabo Fulani. Arabo Fulani is fighting for them, for Emir Sokoto. And you, what are you supposed to do now? To kick his ass. Now we to stand as one, not to listen and find those senators them who want to sold you for the hand of demon. That no one our leader to come out. Now we to look for them. Because that is the way other country doing it. And we to fund. 10 ejema go a long way, 20 go a long way, 1,000 ejema go a long way. Why you are here telling the whole world what your leader, what those Fulani Empire of Nigeria leader is doing, what the kind of capable of killing they are by sending foot soldier of Fulani, terrorists of Empire from Futajolon to come and kill you. They will not help you if you not help yourself. That is the truth. European Union is trying to set chaos in Africa. Third, fourth war generation is new century. They are fighting all possible to make sure Africa have to fight war so that they will take that opportunity to kill you, continue selling your children, continue using your children as adverts. That is what the kind of help European Union want to give you. That is the kind of help the European want to give it to you. Giving you small 20 kobo, 20 useless naira by killing you, by setting war in your own nation, by them coming with their troop and selling you. You have mineral resources. They want to come and keep peace for you. What a nonsense. What a nonsense. And instead you to stand up and fight those bumful, you people are here, want to collect slave. This time around, the bone, wherever I see Biafra land, they can never penetrate. They can never. So fund Biafra, sit at home, my people, because that is your weapon. Don't let anybody receive you. Don't let anybody stand in your way. 40 state of Biafra, this is very, very important this time around. You cannot be like that Burkina Faso, but you have love as you love your land. So all the 40 state of Biafra supposed to Lockdown, if you love what is going on in Burkina Faso, what our leader use his own life and pay, and you will be shouting, the blood shedding in our land is not even the kind of thing, the kind of war fighting in Burkina Faso is not in our own land, but blood pour just only to raise blood up. Your blood, your innocent European Union, no one come to save you. No America come to your help. Who do you think by you yourself not stand up and tell them enough is enough? By you standing up, said Africa, especially Biafra land, is not for sale. Our mineral resources is not to sell and kill us and continue keeping us in the slavery. No way. You must to tell the whole world this. And by we funding in our own life, any amount we get, he will go a long way. And we will not beg them. Your strength will go a long way, my people. It will go a long way. Thank you very much, my people. I mute my mic. Thank you, Information Minister. Thank you, Deputy Minister, Amobera. Thank you, everyone, for the opportunity. I'm so appreciate it. Thank you very much. I mute my mic.
Kondo. Thank you, thank you, thank you. God bless you. Thank you for your submission. Very powerful. Those people, they will hear for us this time around. Because the way we take prepare now, not be the way we take prepare before. Yeah, we have a lot of people now coming into the room. Mighty Dot is here. David Nana, you're back. University, you're back. So please, David Nana, grab the mic and then please, after you just make sure you bring up University and Mighty Dot to give us their own update. Thank you, David Nana, if you're there.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Vam. Ameritech, we thank you so much for that wonderful submission. It was straight to the point. Our people need to understand that the fight we are fighting is a very deep fight. The reason why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is going to court tomorrow is a reason that concerns each and every one of us. It's a reason for the betterment of our lives. It's a reason as well that may mar our lives if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not protected, if our freedom is not protected, and if our government is not protected as well. And that is the more reason why we should join hands together and make sure that we fund this liberation vigorously with our rage and furies in our heart, considering the atrocity that have been meted on our people, considering the situation that our people are in. That is why tomorrow it is very, very important that we have to demonstrate our solidarity with our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Most importantly, those of you in the homeland, let the world continue to understand that the keeping of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in detention, it is not only Mazi Nnamdi Kanu that is involved, we are also involved. Holding of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is holding Biafra. And for Biafrans to understand that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu going to court as well, there are Biafrans who are involved, who want this status quo to continue. 15 senators that moved the motion for our leader not to be released, they are part of this conspiracy against Biafran people and against our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Very, very important. Those senators may be your relations or relatives. You have to send a very strong message to them. They need to leave Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu committed no crime at all. He is the face of freedom. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is fighting for the betterment of everybody, including non-Biafrans. So I don't see any reason why 15 senators, particularly from the southeast, it is really really unfortunate and heartbroken. That is those who are answering Okonkwo, Enyinnaya, Okereke, Okafor. These are the people who are raising motion, not even Abdullahi, not even Dan Data, not even Sanusi.
These are the people who are raising motions for their own brother who has been incarcerated for 5 good years to remain in detention. Whereas the same crime or the same whatever they called it that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is committed was the same crime according to them that Sowore, Sunday Igboho are also guilty of that, if that is a crime at all. But if there is no crime committed whatsoever, but why are all these other people left off the hook? Why are they walking free? Why are they visiting any country they want to visit? Why are they having good time with their families? But our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, is still held in detention. This is something that each and every one of you should ponder about. And you have to bring out the rage in you so that all these people who are involved in this inhuman treatment against our leader will pay a very, very big price, bigger price for this atrocity, not only against our leader, but against the entirety of a Biafran nation. Very, very important we think about this. University, I welcome you as well. Mighty Dot, you are welcome. Our sister Betty, I salute you. Thank you for being here as well. And while I'm trying to, our Pastor Van, Betty is requesting, but I can't see her here. So see if you can bring her up. Why the university takes up the mic?
I brought her up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. University, if you don't mind, women first, so that we can give our minister opportunity to speak before. Oh, you are a minister as well, I understand. Sorry. So, Betty, go ahead. Thank you.
Yeah, Betty can go ahead. Thank you.
Hello. Good evening, everyone. Good evening to my minister, Mazi Sonny Akbarawa, the Okokondem of our time, and my wonderful Raf, the man that shook the breakaway. Yes, Akwakuko Tiwaraki of our generation.
You're welcome.
Ndị Igbo si no omife kenyelia. My people, I'm also extending my greetings to my wonderful APM. The man lead here now. Omeziezu Vamnanya, that nobody can stop us. My greetings, special greetings to him for accepting.
Do you mean okay? The winner.
Okay.
The slow and steady, the powerful okay.
That's him, the wonderful guy. Him and Biafra is a heavy load on Anyibu, Nigeria. So anybody accepting to lead Biafra is a great man. So I'm very grateful to him and I'm proud of him. My greetings to Meji Buago, the dragon, my prime minister. We can never talk about Biafra without him. I also give my mighty regards to our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We love you and we will continue to do so. So my people, every minister here, every genuine Biafran here, my regards to you, accept my greetings. Everybody that have already talked have spoken my mind and they touched every area. But we have to garnish it a bit, mixing it with my language so that people at home, I've just called somebody who told me that she's traveling tomorrow, that you should stay at home again today. And she said, okay, that she will. So, but when we are here, we are like the hen that the hawk came to take the child. He says, I'm not crying that what is holding my child has left it, but I'm crying for the world to hear my voice. We will continue. Nigeria can never bring us down. They can never. In fact, my people, as Onyendu will be going to court hearing tomorrow, sit at home. I know that you people sat at home today, Monday. We are grateful and we will continue to be grateful. Remember, 29th of April, 2nd of May, and 6th of May. It will not kill anybody. Do not listen to anybody that we are jeopardizing you people or misleading you. No. Indira Gandhi did it in India during his time. Americans did it during the time of Martin Luther King. Even we as kids, we sat at home for 3 whole years. And we are still here living. It will not do anything to you people, not to your businesses. Nothing will happen to you people. Okwifulaga anye melisigi. Unu no do no. Unu wene go see the world. No name where anything to do with Nigeria. Before the 1414 amalgamation, Biafra no wakaibu. Out of our own self-pity, we accepted to be amalgamated. We continued serving them. We didn't get any thank you. We didn't get anything. All we got was immediately they changed from Royal Niger Company to Niger Area Company, which is now called Nigeria. 6 years later, 1966, Febido Bube Kwandiba anyị n'ugwu. We continued being obedient until Ojukwu and was his deputy that time, Efyong, until they couldn't take it anymore. 67 of Shotube Benine. So my people, these people can never change. Ndi adikezi. Even if you wash a pig with, I don't know the type of water you will use in washing a pig, it will still go back to the mud. Fulani controlled government in Nigeria, they can never stop. They can never change. We have to remain strong and get Biafra once and for all. That is the only solution. Ufodu gasigi, why do they want to break Nigeria? Is Nigeria not broken? Nigeria is broken. There's a voice I would like to play, if you allow me. Omoteku apprehended 100 and something Boko Haram people in a truck. But the second thing that this Omoteku is like just our own soldiers. They are guiding their land, protecting their land. Garuba told us that Boko Haram is fighting for their own freedom. So why are we being hounded? So because of the way they are hounding us, this sit at home is your best bet. Do not complain. Onye Choli former that is ready to make a sacrifice. I know it's difficult, but you cannot get anything good from an easy or cheap anything at all. It must be hard. It must be difficult. So when you get it, you will appreciate it. Sit at home for Onyendu. He deserves it. Maka Onyendu tosiro ino ebono today. Apart from the fact that now our politicians are the ones holding him there on the instruction or command of the Fulanese. Because Onyendu, that name alone scares them. Whenever Onyendu is out, it's like a lion, releasing a lion from the zoo. So they don't want him to come out. His name alone haunts them. But Onye Cindy Boko Haram was found in the house, somebody Sokoto was found in the house of Kashim Shetima when he was governor in Borno State. And the Garoba himself has the effrontery to tell us that anybody fighting Boko Haram is fighting them. Even their Sultan said that Boko Haram, anybody fighting them is fighting God. So their own defense people, nobody should fight them, but they want to come to our land. Why? They now assume the position of God. They have the final say. No, my people, they cannot Fulanize us. They cannot Islamize us. That is not our culture. Nigeria is as big in size as Europe. Why do they want all of us to be in a bottleneck, killing each other? Because Nandi they use Undi Fulani, they know what they are doing. Nigeria can never be won. Let nobody deceive themselves. It can never be won. So, my people, when you are looking for something, two things. You have to make the sacrifice. You have to determine to go through it. Because it's like passing through the eye of a needle or jumping through the fire when there is fire inferno in any place at all. Or the easy, but we are all going through it together. So the nitty-gritty here is that we need to fund these men that are our liberation army. We need to fund them. David has mentioned IOU, biafragov.org/donate. Just take advantage of these and you will not regret it because Biafra has come. They are just delaying us, using all manner of mechanism. Even a woman, Naza or Abu Fulani, is part of their tools, plus the governors in homeland. Because for her to bring an account, Amadu Malan, to give you people and you are not thinking, especially those of you that are still following him, matured men and women, you don't think. We cannot be crying after you people anymore. But if you are donating to that account, just know it. No umubahe ki nebu. Nke a bụ nke bụ eziokwu. Because ozigofa faje ije gbu gentle, fagbuo nwanne ugo sigi, oh, immediately it happened. They send it to my phone. And una amago na oga forward there to Bao. So that kona forward okuya to the governors. Kona egosi fa na olu fazili eni ya na alukuya. Onye obuna welu akonuche na-eme ife. We have to think. All these things is like a conundrum. Too many things boiling in one pot at a time. So sit at home. Kwanyelu no Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ugu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not just sitting at home, but he has been there for 4 years, going to 5 years now. So for those of you who truly love him, try and fulfill this obligation. Sit at home is not a crime. It's your civil right. It's your legal right. Onwere onye ga-abịa inside your house bịa kpụpụta gị sị gị why iji na-anọ n'ụlọ. All right gị ka ọ bụ. So ebe ọ sọrọ onye anwa ya kpụrụ gị na-eje ọ bụrụ court jee si ya gosi gị ebe sit at home ọ kwanyere gị ngwa afịa. No. So on the by in a sit at home ka m na-agwazi kịta onwere njọ dị na sit at home. Onwere law in a break in sitting at home. You are just exercising your right. You are master of your own game in that aspect. So don't let anybody put fear in you because you are doing the right thing. You are also telling the world that this government, you are tired of them, that you want your own nation. All hail Biafra. Peace, progress, unity, and equity. My ministers, if you permit me, I will play the voice reporting about these 100 people by Omotek if it will not take time. But if not,
That depends. A lot of people are waiting. We will call you to play it later. Let's get the let's get the submission of our brethren that are here. After they finish their submission, maybe you are still here. If you have the time to stay, hang around. After
Okay.
University and Mighty Dot, then maybe we'll ask you to come and play it. Thank you so much for me.
Okay. Thank you. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you. All right, David Mena, please go ahead and bring it. Let's go.
Thank you so much, Honorable Betty, for that wonderful submission. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not only sitting at home, he has been there for 5 good years. So, is it a bigger price for you to pay as a Biafran just to sit at home for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu just for 3 good days? 3 good days, 29th, 2nd, and 6th. And these days are not consecutively. So you have nothing to lose. It's just to show your love. It's just to show your love for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and as well your love for Biafra. So he has not only been sitting at home, he is not only willingly sitting in DSS custody. He's not only he was forced to stay in one place for complete 5 years for the sake of your freedom and for the sake of my freedom. So we must all put hands together, more importantly, those of us in the homeland, to make sure that we solidarize with our leader, most importantly, starting from tomorrow. That is the only commitment, that is the only sacrifice you were asked to do for the sake of our leader and our freedom. Very, very important. Thank you, Honorable Betty, for that wonderful submission. University of Ndi Biafra Buruburu, you have the mic now, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. David Nana. And I salute my information ministers. May Chukwu Gabiama bless you guys for what you're doing. And I like to specially greet our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Betty, your submission, I enjoyed listening to you and Mary Tekam. And thank you very much for what you said about our leader. You really care deeply. And I salute him because, like Mary Tekam said, that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was the person who opened the door of salvation and redemption that is going on and spreading like a wildfire in Africa today. And he sacrificed so much for this. Because of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, people like Ibrahim Traore and Lieutenant Colonel Kaita and the other guy from Niger, they were able to rise up because Nnamdi Kanu took enough time to explain the situation that is happening in Africa, especially in the damnable Zoological Republic of Nigeria. And Betty, why, I was actually enjoying you. You said that the Fulanis and everybody that calls himself Nigeria is very, very much afraid of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because he's a lion. And they are very scared that if you let him out of the zoo, and Nnamdi Kanu called this very country a zoo. And he's the lion from the ancient land. And is really very, very ready to devour. Nnamdi Kanu is a very huge lion. And that is why he called them zoo. He know that place is animal kingdom. And it requires somebody like Nnamdi Kanu to not just, it's not like Azikiwe them that speaks English, that try to be what they are not, try to be westernized, ignoring the real ignoring that charity begins at home. He wants to start building from up down. Nnamdi Kanu devour the colonial structure in Africa from the grassroots. And such a person, having sacrificed even his family, is meant to stay at home since he's been there. So this man deserves everything from Biafran people. He deserves the sacrifices that we are making here. He deserves the sacrifice that Biafran Republic government in exile is doing. That's why you can never sabotage. When you look at men like our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa, who gave everything in his life, he's not perfect, that is why he made his mistake. But I applaud him for not being afraid to make those mistakes. And he learned from them. So when you are working with the government and you know that people like this, people have paid price, oh. People has given so much. So you would not want to even think about that possibility. And that takes me back to this sit at home. You know, we call it sit at home because our people, Nigeria have turned our people to local people. They refer to us people as local people. And the rest of other people in the world are wherever they are. So our people are local people. So we use this very direct word, sit at home, so that it can be understood by everybody. But it is civil. It is civil. It's civil disobedient. Civil disobedience is a very legal attitude that people use to respond to organizational, national, societal situations, problems, including environment. If the environment happens to be contaminated, people may be asked to sit at home to avoid being killed by such maybe deadly virus or any kind of thing. People sit at home to be safe. When there was corona, people sat at home. That's a good attitude to respond, even if people criticize it. But if the threat actually exists out there, so that's a safety requirement from protocol for everybody to, obtain. So sit at home is very, very vital. You can understand the sit at home is solve numerous kind of problem. Mary Tekam have said that sit at home is a very powerful weapon that you have, especially in this time of this very serious threat. Especially when you are doing it in solidarity with such a honorable man like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. He deserves it, my people. Considering the safetiness of this kind of civil disobedience, unlike when you go outside to protest, which is very harmful. These people have killed us many times. They have demonstrated their readiness to kill our future. Just like Betty Ford said that Nnamdi Kanu being there, when you hold Nnamdi Kanu, you are trying to hold Biafra. And when you hold Biafra, you are holding Nigeria. When you fight against Biafra, you are fighting against the so-called Nigeria. That is why even if Nigeria try to fight, it can only fight to destroy itself. And whatever these people tend to, for example, the Fulani, okay, they are fighting for what they believe in. So what does my people believe in? What do you believe in? At least if you don't believe in yourself, you don't have love for your land, then believe in Nnamdi Kanu. You have to believe something. You have to have where your interest lies. So sit at home is a very fundamental attitude that civil people use to deal with oppressive situation, even criminal terror, and even corrupt situation. But this situation of terror, for example, Nigeria itself has been funding the organ harvesting of our people. It has engaged our people with economic sabotage, economic, blockade that sees the death of over 3 million children. The people who would have made life better were starved to death just to destroy Africa. They knew that the forces that were driving that time, Biafra, Merite Kam said that Biafra is the African sunrise. Sorry. I was like, wow, Biafra is the African sunrise. I was listening carefully because the light was beginning to shine at the time that the slave market was changing form, colonization was turning to country in our continent. I know that some people from Biafra land who tends to be deceiving themselves, trying to think that a new Nigeria is possible. They have said, after all, it was the Igbos that wanted Nigeria. How can we fight against what we wanted? How can you starve 3 million children to death and you are still saying that we wanted the country? The world was ready to kill us. You were ready to betray your land. You were ready to put us in this situation that we are, and we were ready to sacrifice everything because for us, it was all about survival. And now this system that engages you with economic blockade that brought hunger to Africa. Because when Biafra died, Africa died. And now that Biafra has risen, Africa has risen. It is going to... Our Prime Minister Simon Ekpa said that we are building it from the scratch. It's not going to be very easy. So everybody listen to Nnamdi Kanu. Put on your mental toughness. And what is happening today? Because of you that are here, because of your effort, many Africans are rising. People who come to listen to you, learn one or two things, and they know that you are the one telling the truth. And that truth you are telling there is the light. That was the instruction of Oyendu, the prophet. He said that the light, you must tell the truth at all time and you must stand firm because you know that the truth will destroy the zoo and will destroy this evil thing that enslave people and make it look like it's the normal way of life. So when we sit at home, we get to pay these people back. I wish we can really gather to fight this battle. That's why sometimes my people from a caste state, sometimes they tell me that we are not ready to fight, that when we are ready to fight, they will know. If, for example, if everybody in Biafra land sit at home for 1 month, Nigeria will crumble. We are the lifeline of these people. And the terrorists understood that their time is up. They are running out of time. Their mission as engineered by Usman Danfodio, they are beginning to have pressure. They are ready to kill anything killable because they know that if they fail, it's going to be very difficult. It's the same way if you fail, if you betray your land, if you betray your fatherland, if you betray the land that they bury your placenta because you want to pretend that Biafra is not your concern, if you do that, it's going to be very difficult for you. So sit at home has a way of economically affecting those who try to economically destroy you. Mentally, economically, physically, spiritually destroy you. Sit at home is a very sound weapon. People have not really recognized that. Even workers wants to protest, you have no need wasting your time dragging yourself around the street. Sit at home. As far you don't go to work, as far the decision, you can even be online having fun, relax. It's like when you pour acid on something, it will be eating it. There is this substance that you add to something, it will begin to wear off that thing, especially if the thing is aluminium, it will turn it to dust. But at first, you think that nothing is happening. Before you realize it, everything is gone to dust. That's how powerful sit at home are if people acknowledge the forces and the energy that surrounds sit at home. When you sit at home, you paid your oppressor back. Economically, mentally, otherwise, things will just be crumbling gradually. And for the most part, the enemy doesn't see you outside holding flag for him to kill. They are looking for you to kill you. So those are like the olden ways of people who are not very civilized. Except if you want to present something, you want to demonstrate something. But in a situation of war, I tell you, the war that is in Africa is bigger than the one that is in the Middle East and Europe and everywhere combined, put together. The people who dies in Africa is uncountable. You saw Ibrahim Traore cry about it. He cried. And at first when he was talking, he was like thinking about what he was saying, and he felt he cannot understood why people cannot see what he is seeing, why people cannot understand. And I cry for them. That is the biggest shame that will happen to anybody who stands against such a person. They are all going to fail. Even you know that the spirit is strong. And that's why you are here. You understand that the only where solution lies is this path that you have chosen. You love your land and you love your people. The land and the people, that makes a country. But this people culture is entirely far away from ours. A culture that takes pleasure in killing fellow Africans. You slaughter your neighbor. You collect money for ransom with your neighbor. You enslave your neighbor. You trade them in form of banditry. This is not an African culture, and this kind of thing is evil in Igbo land. It is a terror. It's something that is the whole land fights against. So if you are, because you are shouting one Nigeria, you think that you are more westernized than anybody here. Or you think, okay, you are more colonized, you are more into slavery. You are those ones that enables it, you fine-tune it the way that people will like it. the evil that you have committed in our land. The land will swallow you when the time is right. We have obligation. This is our responsibility. We need to sit at home. And, because all these things you do, trying to be politically correct, you are wasting resources. Your government need those money. You don't have a government. Nigerian government is not your government. It is the one funding your terror. So stop pretending like you don't know it or they have to whisper it to your ear. And the more you support it, why we call on you is because when you support it, you support them using your resources to destroy you. Why they engage you with things that are irrelevant activities, and then you lavish those resources. They made you chase something that are not there. They corrupt you against yourself. And so were your fathers before you. So we have to acknowledge our purpose in life as a Biafran person, as somebody who is, according to the zoo pattern, somebody who is from the southeast, from the south, south. You have to acknowledge the responsibility that we have, that we own to ourselves, to liberate ourselves, and we have to acknowledge our heroes past, because Nigeria have now, they accept that they committed genocide. They accept that they fought against the freedom of the land. They accept that they fought for the colonial masters. They accept that they fought for slavery. And they had continued to practice it to the extent my people in Egbake had to rise up that somebody who has a king, I have a king, his king is trying to be bigger than my own king, to the extent he have to retire my own king. He has his own land, I have mine. But because the colonial master came and caught your land and joined yours and caught the other part of your family to the other side and leave you people fighting with each other. Every reasonable society that are civilized will understand this simple trick that people use to make war. Humans create something that is not there before. It is psychological. Then you have to be smart. What are you going to gain being those things, trying to infiltrate other people's culture and destroy their way of life? What do you gain? You continue to maintain the status quo of the people who created the country and allow the problem to linger. And when we come out, we say Africa unite. But all these simpler problems, you people allow it to grow. And you tell me that you are a king. You are a king. And the only thing you need to do in our continent is to continue to sustain an old problem that has torn us apart. And then you are a king, then the other person have to be under you. And the person is a king to his people. You have to, grab power from the colonials as they give you, as they really promised you. Political kings, slave kings. And then you people enable the problem that is being created in Africa. If you people have left it, that is why you said that Nigerians are suffering, Nigerians are hungry, Nigerians are dying, there is terrorism. But you hold on to the country. Are you crazy? What are you complaining about? You head on to the thing that is destroying you. You come out. That's why I told people, when you are talking to me, stop telling me that a white man is a colonial master. I'm not. I have a lot of white friends. I have a lot of black. I have different friends. I know who is being crazy here. How can you be complaining of colonialism and you are proud of Nigeria? And the Nigeria is being created by them. They asked you to engage your fellow Africans with economic blockade, and you did. And millions of African children died in the process. And still, you are still proud of Nigeria. And then you are now praising Ibrahim Traore is this and that. Are you kidding me? your country, your identity was taken away from your fathers, and they were forced into the things that you are born into. Look, if you don't know your history, you can never know when the rain starts beating you, and you won't know when the rain will stop. So listen to us, and listen very, very carefully, so that, we can prepare you for the raining day ahead, because it's already raining. So listen to this instruction that the Biafran Republic government in exile and the Biafran government in homeland is engaging with sit at home. There must be lockdown for this court case MNK on the 29th of April, 2nd May, and on the 6th May. We must sit at home. And we must continue to bring the resources in our hands. We must continue to pay our taxes. We must stop engaging in things that does not benefit our future. People create it to entice you, but there are better ways to have fun. Other people in different other lands, they don't have fun like that. Forget about what you are seeing on the social media. I can guarantee you that that is not exactly the way it is in a real life. It is not. People are working their hearts out. So listen to this very instruction, because this very sit at home is part of your lifeline in holding this very this terrorist country to account. If you fail in this aspect, you will fail in all things. So thank you very much for listening to my voice, and Ichukwu Kikabiama bless every single one of us. Dr. David, may God bless you. Our very humble information minister, may God bless you. And my deputy, Ichukwu Kikabiama, bless you and bless all Biafrans. Bless our struggle, bless our freedom. I give you the mic back, Dr. David.
Thank you so much, Minister Bright, for that wonderful, wonderful submission of yours. It's very difficult somebody listening to you without having to make reasonable sense from all that you have said. One of the submissions you made that are so powerful and very important to be noted is that sit at home is a very powerful tool that is used in civilized societies. Even as backward as Nigeria is, sit at home is very much effective in Biafra land in order to demonstrate how painful the actions and activities of the terrorist government are in our land. So sit at home is a very powerful tool that you can use to demonstrate.
Oh, sorry, David. I think I was about to check to bring somebody in and I pressed the mute button.
Okay, so sit at home is a very powerful tool that you can use to delegitimize the government in a more civil way. Very, very important. One other thing you pinpointed is that Biafra is the lifeline of Nigeria. And there is no two ways about that. That is the real truth, the real cocoa. That is the real cocoa. And that is the reason why they are doing everything humanly possible to still keep you and I in that contraction called Nigeria. That is the reason why they want our resources. That is the reason why they don't want you and I to benefit from what is coming from our communities. Biafra is the lifeline of Nigeria. And like you said, if Biafrans sit at home for 1 good month, that contraption will crumble. That economy will destroy, because we are holding the economy, if not only Africa, but at least for Nigeria. Very, very important. Another important submission you made, you said, when Biafra died, Africa died as well. Now that Biafra have risen, you can see African countries rising up to the challenges of the time. Who made it possible? Our leaders, Mazen Nnamdi Kanu, when he started talking about the atrocities of the colonial masters in Africa, African countries started picking interest in what he was saying, and they really understood that Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was speaking the truth. And since our leader was kidnapped, you can see that African countries are now waking up, taking the bulls by the horn, taking the colonial masters, and you can see how well they are now doing. At least Burkina Faso is a case study. Mali and Niger are also coming up. Very, very important. Biafrans understand that, and Africans, we want them to continue on that path. We want everybody to understand that it's Biafra that can be able to restore the dignity of mankind and the lost glory of Africa. So thank you so much, University. In Biafra, Africa died, and in Biafra, Africa shall rise again. Very, very important. Everybody take that home. Pastor Vam, if you don't mind, Mighty Dog, I can't see him here.
Yeah, I
He
wanted
is
to ask you.
requesting. So if you can bring him up.
Mighty Dot is no, he's not requesting. I've sent him an invite to request.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
but he has not.
So if there is, okay, before Mighty Dot comes on board,
Somebody's hand is up.
I want to,
Somebody's hand is up. Mazi,
yes,
Anakol, and
Anakolam,
yeah.
Anakolam, Mazi Anakolam, you are welcome. You have the mic. Speak to Biafrans and truth to the world.
Hello,
Dear
can you
friends,
hear me?
yes, dear friends, good evening, good morning, based on your location,
I
and
think
good afternoon.
Anakolam, Mighty Dot, please let's give Anakolam just 3 minutes to give his submission, and it's not going to take long like university. You know, university is an encyclopedia on its own, so we give him all the time he has to deliver. And please, Anakolam, you have 3 minutes to give us your submission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I don't want to mention them one after the other, from our information minister, deputy, Pastor Van, and every other minister, Mazi David Nana. I salute you all. May the Elohim be your strength. What I want to say concerning the topic, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's court lockdown 29, 2nd May and 6th May. After our information minister, Mazi Sonia Barawa, have mentioned the 15 senators that is responsible, that is opposed, that does not want to our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to be released. Honestly, I am very, very annoyed. And I want to tell Biafrans, just like university said, I want to tell Biafrans that these people are playing with Biafrans and playing with our intelligence and playing with our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. For 5 years, somebody's keep in darkness in one place. Think about it. You yourself, if you don't go out for 1 week, for 2 days, you will know how you feel. So, but this one, that these people, they decided to hold their own people. Honestly speaking, I want to use this opportunity to tell Biafrans, one, if it will be possible to investigate these 14 people or 15 people to know whether is the type of Ngozi or Abu Fulani, because when we hear that Fulani is around us, they have surrounded us. We never knew that they are into our government, into our land. They are our governors and they are our senators. Those senators are they real Igbo blood. So this is another thing because
You
Ngozi
make me
Orebeze,
you make me
Ngozi
curious.
Orebeze,
You make me curious
nobody
to
knows.
with
No,
Mazi and Akonam. You just forcing me to interrupt.
nobody knows. Nobody knows that
It looks like he's not
Ngozi
hearing me.
Orebeze.
Can you hear me?
Nobody knows
And
that.
Akonam, can you
Yeah.
hear me? And Akonam, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, just hold on a minute. You just get me very curious. You said we are going to investigate. Who do you want to investigate? Nigeria senators. Want to investigate them. Those guys, you already know their line. You already know their playbook. And you and I also know that they have lost legitimacy as far as Biafra land is concerned. So they don't count as far as our restoration has to do. So from that point of view, except maybe you didn't join us from inception, maybe if you understood how this autopilot got to this point, you will know that with those people they don't play anymore. So and what else do you expect? We know that all those people, that is what they want. They do not want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu had come out openly to denounce what's Iberibe. He did not call his name, but he actually said that no senator made them to release him. That they only played the card to their own interests. Because as far as the law is concerned, the senators have they don't have that right or that legitimacy to play what do you call it shorty for anybody, as it were. So Mazin Kanu understood that they tried to use him, and he debunked it. He not only debunked Naya, he debunked including Ifeanyi Oba by calling Ifeanyi Oba's name and saying that anybody that knows him should go and tell him that he should beware. The only reason why we knew that Mazin Kanu had nothing to do with the Delilah of this world was because Delilah, even though Mazin Nnamdi Kanu have distanced himself from all these politicians, and Ifeanyi Uba particularly, Delilah went and started lip licking and lob licking and going around with him and the rest of them. Ifeanyi Ejiofor, what do you think that made him to lose his place in Mazin Nnamdi Kanu's list? It's because of Ifeanyi Uba and all those things. So these people, you don't even come and make that request that we will investigate. Who will investigate them? Do they belong to Biafra? As far as Biafra is the reason why they are still alive is because Idwakalono has not gotten to them yet. That's the reason why they are still breathing. And by the time we activate it to the level where it will get to them one after the other, they will all be running up and down. In fact, you won't even see them again. They will be changing their looks. Some of them will go and do plastic surgery. Believe you me. So please, just don't delay us with that. You can give your submission in the last 2 minutes that you have based on any other point. But that one, thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. What I have to say is again is based on this. If it will be possible, let Biafrans prepare for 1 month lockdown. I think this is one of the things that we even check the world, the people we know, all the 40 states of Biafrans. If you know that you are one of the states in Biafra land, the 1 month lockdown should be prepared. After, if they don't release our leader within these 3 days, after hearing what they are, we should prepare for 1 month lockdown and the other actions that will follow. And let us also support our defense force. Our leader, Prime Minister, have done everything. Put the Biafran struggle to the international world. Give us the Biafran Liberation Army. give us Biafran bank, give us Biafran money. Then what else? Within the space of 5 months, 5 years, as he said, that you will give us Biafra within 5 years. He did it only for us to defend that thing that he has already handed over to us. So that is what my conclusion. We should prepare for a very, very big thing that will hit Nigeria, even if it's this 1 month sit at home. So it will be very, very nice. Because now we are not when you want to fight, you don't look where you will punch somebody. Even if it's in the eye, punch the person and the person will get blind. So that is my own submission. Thank you very much. And I will pray that to our leader, our Prime Minister, by grace of God, we all shall march victoriously and triumphantly. In the name of Chukwuka Abiyama. He said.
He said, thank you so much, Mazi and Akolam, for that wonderful submission. All these people you mentioned, they have their time. They will have their own day with the Biafran people, and they will certainly regret it. Thank you for your wonderful submission. Before I come to Mighty Dot, I want Biafrans to understand that if there is one particular person that wants delegitimization of all these Fulani studios in our land, and if there is anybody that wants Biafra today and tomorrow, and anybody that wants to give these blows to all these saboteurs in our land, Mighty Dot is one of them. Mighty Dot, you are welcome to the stage. Pick the mic and make your submission, sir.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
All right. Yeah, greetings, everybody. Well, it's good to be among you once again. So, there is something that I want us to understand. There is something that has been going on for a very long time. And all those secrets, all those games are beginning to unravel. One of them, the major reason is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is where he is today. And Mazi Simon Ekpa is where he is today. And what are those reasons? The reason is because the West and their allies can never let us be free. Because our freedom means their end, their downfall. It has been proven in so many ways. What am I saying? They understand where Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was heading. It is not Fulani that is holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, not even the useless Efulefus from our place. These people are puppets and they take order from somewhere. And that order is coming from Britain, the European Union, and the West. They are the one holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they are the one holding Mazi Simon Ekpa. An example of it is playing in Burkina Faso. What is happening in Burkina Faso now, everybody talking about Ibrahim Traore, is because the West have seen that it's like a spell or a bond. They are holding us like so tight. And Burkina Faso breaking free is like a criminal that just escaped from a prison. And they have to hunt that criminal down to put that criminal back where they belong. That is what is happening. It's like a slap to their face. It's like, how can these people be free? Something that has never happened in a very long time. How can these people be free? They know that Biafra is the only people that can break every African nation free. And that is why I'm beginning to kind of worry that even Trump administration will want to go after Ibrahim Traore. If they can go after Ibrahim, that means they are going against the progress of Africa. That is what that signifies. And one thing that has been happening that we don't understand is that these people cannot come at us by themselves. I don't know if you guys have been observing. They cannot. It's like there is a kind of an agreement somewhere. They have to use us. America today cannot come to Africa and invade Africa now because we are among them here. Britain cannot do that because we are among them there. Even if many of us are morons, there are few of us there that we say, no, we cannot allow this to happen to our homeland. So they have to use us. Fulani is the face of Britain. Fulani is the face of Britain. Our Efulefus in our land is the face of Fulani in our land. That is how the game runs. Fulani is telling you that their ancestors made Nigeria is their estate. The Uthman Dan Fodio. What they are not telling you is that it is an agreement Uthman Dan Fodio had with Britain that they will put them in charge of these people in this zoo, that they will be the zookeepers. And why Britain take whatever they want to take freely? That is why they had the audacity to run pipeline from our place to Europe. That is why Fulani have all this audacity, because their puppet master is the one running the show, and Fulani has to be the face. But what we also don't understand is that they cannot succeed without us, using us. That is why they use Obama to destroy Gaddafi, to put down Gaddafi. Now, they are using a black general, an African American in America now, to start calling for the arrest of Ibrahim Traore. They have to use us. And that is why I feel very angry that traitors are allowed to walk free, talk freely. I think it is high time. If I am back home, I swear, I will take this upon myself. Why is it that our able men and women in Biafra land are walking around and allowing this to happen, and they're calling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu their leader? Your leader. 15 or 14 or 15, how many of them? In fact, all the politicians in Biafra, every Nigerian politician in Biafra is a complicit to what is happening to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Why are they walking freely? It is high time we start putting them down. We are running behind. Eduakanono has way past. We're supposed to, if one government house doesn't go up in flame, these people will continue to gallivant with audacity. That is why these people have the audacity to go and vote, say that their own brother has to remain there. Why they go home every time and sleep with their wife and enjoy their family, go to vacation with their children, whereas an innocent man that has family is there languishing, and they are boldly voting that he should remain there because we let it happen. It is our fault. I blame us, because these politicians, they have homes in Biafra land. Their property is supposed to be going up in flames. I'm telling you, if we put down these people, few of them, I'm telling you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will come out the following week. If we put down these politicians, hunt them down, mow them down, I'm telling you, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will come out the next week. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, a lot of them, a lot of our youth are walking around. We love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader. Look at what they are doing to your leader. And we are allowing these politicians. They come, they go to events, they go to occasions. For goodness sake, where are the hard men in Biafra land? Where are the hard men? When it comes to occultism or this stupid fraternity they call cult in college, you'll be flexing muscles. But to do something that your name will enter in the book of history for generations to come, you cannot be able to do that. Men without balls. Why have we become so soft like this? Look at the kind of ridicule that few people, few criminals are doing to millions of Biafrans. If we do not let these people in the West and Europe know that we mean business, they'll continue to hold Mazi Simon Ekpa and toil with us because they believe that we are just making noise. We need to put action on ground. a very serious action that will shake the world, that they will wake up from their fucking sleep. Because right now, even all those people in Washington that they acting so surprised as if they don't know what has been happening, they know. They know. That is why I am beginning to wonder, will these people ever allow or recognize us? Because they know that what is happening in Burkina Faso, what will happen in Biafra will be, what is happening in Burkina Faso will be a child's play to what will happen when Biafra is restored. And I'm beginning to wonder, would they allow that? Would they really allow that? So what I'm trying to say in my conclusion is that we are the one holding ourselves. I'm telling you, nobody is coming to save us. I don't have confidence in America. Nobody is coming to see. They know that America can never allow a Biafran, an Igbo man, to become a president of Nigeria. They can never. All these one P2B is throwing at every one of them. They know that it is only a Biafran, a strong Biafran, that will change the narrative in that Nigeria. They know that. They know that a Yoruba man can easily be manipulated, used. A Yoruba man can sell out easily. But if a strong Biafra, the likes of Michael, that's Michael Opera, what Michael Opera did is still sending a shockwave to them. They don't want that thing to repeat itself again. That is why they don't even want an Igbo man to speak. Look at how they haunted Jonathan. Just in 4 years, they come all around, left and right. Obama, every one of them, they came with their CNN. They make sure that Jonathan went down. They want the devil. It's not just Fulani. The West, European Union, none of them want a true Biafran to be a president of Nigeria. And that is what most of these morons don't know. So what I'm trying to say is this. We are on our own. Whether we want to hear it or not, nobody is coming to save us. The only person that can restore this freedom for us, I'm telling you, the only power that can restore this freedom for us is our ancestors. They are only our hope. They are the only one that will take this glory. Nobody is coming to save us. Nobody is going to say, I don't trust any one of them. Finland that we believed in, look at what they are doing to us. Nobody, none of these people. The problem with us is that we don't know our enemies. I keep saying this. We need to know who our enemies are. No, time has gone that we keep missing word. We need to say things as it is. I say it boldly. I am in the land of America. I am saying it boldly because I know the powers and the forces that are backing me up. So my people, as we continue to thrive, we support our men and women that have brought themselves out for the defense of our land. Let us continue to strive and also recognize our ancestors and know that they are the only one that can save us, nobody else. Thank you, my people.
Thank you.
Thank you, the mighty dot.
Yeah.
The mighty dot, I said it earlier, that if there are people
David,
who
I
are
would like to
ready
make
to
a
destroy
comment
the
also,
Jew.
please.
Sorry.
Go ahead, sir.
Sorry. There is one more thing that I missed. One more thing. Watch out. If care is not taken, they might give a black man pope because they are watching, they are having meeting, they are observing the things. They see that the awakening that is happening in Africa. They want to hold us back again in bondage by giving a big, because they know that if they give a black man pope, we will succumb. Our heart will melt down and we'll fall into sleep again, into deep sleep. And they will continue to, you see, they are willing to sacrifice that seat, that pope seat, to make sure that Europe continue to hold Africa down. They can use that pope to pacify us. That's another thing we should watch out. Thank you, my people.
Thank you. Before we forget something, Master Namdekano said something very, very clear, and he said it repeatedly, that Biafra is going to be the last miracle that will happen. Why did he say it will be the last miracle? Is it because he knew that every effort we make that will look like we have done everything and that we are doing the right things, at the end of the day, eventually it is a miracle that will happen so that none of us will take the glory. But before miracles happen, we must make that effort. The effort we are making in getting our alliances, in aligning with in Washington D.C., in doing all these things, it is not because they are our hope. Our hope is in the Lord God Almighty. But we're doing the right things to get it done. But believe you me, even those that we're seeing today, that it looks like they will not give it to us. Because honestly, I can relate with what Mighty Dot is saying. 100%. I can relate. But I can also make you understand that, look, whether they like it or not, the same Pharaoh that never wanted Egypt, never wanted Israel to go, he had no choice when things began to happen in his country. And he was stubborn until it started happening in his home. He knew he had no choice but to let the people go. Do you know that even in his sleep, at a point, he could not even sleep? It will get to that point when the supernatural will begin to take over the natural, and the natural will have no choice but to submit. The enemies must submit. Enemies within will submit. Enemies without will submit. Biafra will come. But I tell you, what Mighty Dot has said, I can relate, and every one of us can relate completely. They do not want us to be free. But when it comes to our freedom, they will have no choice but to let us go. Because Biafra will be the last miracle that will happen. When Mahatma Gandhi calls Biafra the kingdom of heaven on earth, believe him. Because if truly there is one kingdom somewhere waiting for you, all these super powerful GOs and the rest of them, they would be living holy lives like they are preaching. But are they living that holy life? The answer is no. Somebody like Adeboye, do you know that Adeboye can be said to be a number one sponsor of Boko Haram? Because Adeboye is praying for people like the Kaduna midgets, Erufai. Adeboye is giving Tinubu an anointed name, Abraham. Adeboye is the senior pastor of Tinubu's wife, who happened to be a pastor in Adeboye's church. Right now, as we speak, a few days from now, Adeboye will be in Italy. Ask me what is he coming to do. I am going to do a program on that. You know what he titled this program? That he is coming to light up Italy. All over the northern part of Nigeria, there is darkness. Darkness is glooming everywhere in the south and in the southwest. The only place that is a reasonable, a little bit of light is in Biafra land. Even amongst those, there are stooges. The only person you can see that is working and giving people light today is not Alex Oti, who we have happen never to even approve. And Master Namikano told them, darkness nabia. Darkness nabia. And the only place where you will have light will be in that Biafra land. I am telling you, the reason why you question, and I resolved that, look, this place where they are die here, Biafra, or that, it is because Biafra is the land. And every other place around it that does not attach themselves to Biafra, that darkness, madam, it will swallow all of you. And you'll be looking for how to get into Goshen. Because right there in the middle of Egypt, there was a place called Goshen, where there was life, where there was light. Pharaoh was looking from his palace in the midst of darkness. But there was a city inside his country called Goshen. There was light there. Because if I see the blood, I will pass over. It is Passover time. And everyone that have been made themselves enemies of Biafra, I bet you with my 10 fingers and my 10 toes, they will all bow. They will submit to the authority of Biafra. Because Biafra is the last miracle. Mighty Dots, Kwakanobi, stand firm and do all you are doing for Biafra. Men like you also should do the same. Our men on ground, they understand these things. Igwe Butuzo is a spiritual man. Mazi Oputo Obie, Igwe Gentle Yahoo, is also a spiritual man. He comes out, is doing the needful in the spiritual realms. Darkness, Nabia, and Biafra, they have no choice. They will let us go. I yield my mic here.
Wow. Thank you so much, Deputy Information Minister, for that well-articulated submission. Mighty Dot, we thank you so much as well, because you always say it as it is, and we really understand it that way. Unless we rise up, these people will continue to hold us hostage. By God's special grace, according to what our deputy said, Chukwu Okike Abiama has destined that Biafra must be restored in our own time. This generation, not next generation. We are not going to leave this Biafra for our children. It's not going to happen. We die here until Biafra is restored. And there is nothing anybody can do. The West, the South, the North, there is nothing they can do to stop the emergence of God's kingdom on this planet Earth. Very, very important they understand that. And the earlier they understand that, the better for each and every one of them. So thank you so much, Mighty Dog, for that wonderful submission. Lucky Star, your hand is up. You have the mic. Our deputy, please, the Minister Snow is requesting, Immobility is also requesting. If you can bring them up, I can see them here as well. Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Lucky Star.
Yeah, thank you, all the honorables and the ministers. I appreciate our Minister of Information and Brother David Nana, the honorable. God bless you. Pastor Vamava, thank you. Anytime you speak, it's like thunder roaring and lion roaring and thunder striking. And may your voice continue to strike the enemies down. Naha Chukwu Okike Abiama. I am very, very glad to, to be hearing, sound men, honorable men speaking with all their might and, with passion to see that this freedom is achieved. Actually, we are really, our people are possessed. Do I call these foolish, the poorest men in Biafra land? These poorest men, they may call themselves the richest men in Biafra land that are spending their money in a very useless way. They are not really encouraging matters. The most illiterate humans or the animals in human form who are in our lands, they knows what they are doing. They are all criminals. The same idiots who are still parading and supporting the West and the North to destroy their own land, which is the idiots who are in our lands. I believe that their grave is already dug, prepared, and they will soon be buried because they know they're supposed to deliver themselves, but they choose to be slaves. And this slavery that is in their brain will destroy them. And to as many who are ready for this freedom will be free and we, take dominance over this rubbish we are seeing. Like what Mighty Dot said, these people, we cannot trust them. They have really betrayed us, especially Finland. They betrayed us. And the American, that's where you see the highest politics. These people that our government are meeting to talk with them, look at our challenges, look at what we are going through, and they pretend as if they've not heard. They knows everything, to be frank. They are just walking up and down, parading, carrying their laptops here and there in the name that they are doing their conference and their meetings in the government house. They knows what we are going through, and they can never allow us to go free because of what they are going to gain from our land. And actually, we must know what to do, and we must deliver ourselves. We know the truth, stand by the truth. Like what we are doing today. The truth that they are trying to bury will never be buried because the truth is spiritual. The truth is spiritual. So you cannot bury anything spiritual. That is what they don't understand. And you can never set trap for that. If wind is blowing, you cannot trap the wind. Nobody can trap the wind. So Biafra is like a wind. Biafra is like a rising sun. Your finger cannot cover the rising sun. So all this rubbish we are seeing today, they will surrender. Like what Honorable Vamava said, say there was a place called Goshen in Egypt. Yes, the people of God there, they were lighting up. There was no darkness there. So we that are struggling, fighting with all facts, with truth, we carry the light, and those who are joining our enemies from the west, they are in darkness and they will soon perish. Anyone that is fighting for freedom, if you are waving and you are having double mind, you cannot get it. I thank God for people like you who are here speaking the word they like. Let them pay deaf ear. Chukwu Kikabiama will close their ear more and they will perish. They will be confused when this Biafra will come. In reality, it will shock the whole world. And we pray, just as MNK said, he said this will be the last miracle, and the miracle must. Nobody can cover this miracle. Nobody can bury this miracle. It's written. So I appreciate all of you. Michiko Kabiama, strengthen you. With God, all things are possible. All the prayers you are praying and all your effort, whatever money you are spending, your voice is written in heaven, and God will answer us. We will celebrate at the end of the day, and our enemy will perish. Those who are supporting the zoo in our land, joining them to do their rubbish election and whatever useless democracy they are calling, and they are oppressing us, they will all perish and the light will shine. Thank you, Ndaloni.
Thank you,
They will,
Lucky
they
Star, for
will.
that wonderful submission. They will all perish. Those who are aligning with the zoo to hold the Biafran people down, they will all perish. Just like our deputy said, he said the Fulanese are the product of British. Why the Efulefus we have in our land are the products of the Fulanese. You can see the web of their continued sabotage of the indigenous population. They continue to rigmarole to make sure that we never get our freedom. But at the end of the day, all of them will fare woefully and Biafra will be restored. Thank you so much, Lucky Star, for that wonderful submission. And I use the opportunity to welcome the COS to the acting Prime Minister, our most articulate Minister Snow, to the mic. You have the mic, sir.
Yes, greetings to everyone on the space. My Minister of Information, Sonia Barawa. Greetings from here. Uh, our Honorable Deputy, Vam Vam Vam. Panam the greetings, oh.
They will, man.
Sister Betty, I greet you, Sister Betty, University in Kende Biafra. Greetings from here. Mazi David, greetings. Mighty Dot, my dear brother. Pastor Lucky, greetings, my dear brother. I made reference with your name a few days ago on the space when I was talking about the real men of God who are actually fighting for freedom, who are living the Christ-like life. So I greet you, my brother, from here. And may keep it short so that every other person who would want to come up to the mic would speak. I'm going to go straight to what Mighty Dot said. I want to remind Biafrans and I want to tell Biafrans the way you get your freedom will determine the kind of respect you will have amongst nations in the world. If you wait to get a freedom where somebody will hand it over to you, you are going to be a controlled country. If you wait to get a freedom where we'll beg people to recognize you that you are free now or that you want to be free, you are going to keep begging for same recognition. To stay relevant, you will keep begging. But when we stand up and take back that belongs to us, the rest of the world will back off from anything that concerns us when it comes to the security, the life, and the freedom of the Biafran people. Your freedom to associate with others, your freedom to speak truth to power, your freedom to make the right choices that affect your people. will be solely under your control. That is why our brother Ibrahim Traore is doing what he's doing today without anybody interfering in what he chooses to do for the people of Burkina Faso. So the freedom that we seek is that we will fight for. We should not sit back. You heard Mighty Dots. He worries that even all these people will not let us go and be free as a people. Why is that worry something to actually think about? Because you see what Ibrahim Traore is doing today. What he is doing today is what you and I seek to do for Biafra. What difference is it? What our brother Ibrahim Traore is doing today in Burkina Faso, we are going to be doing more than that for the Biafran people when we start controlling our nation. So that is something that calls for everyone who truly cares for the Biafran people to worry about. Now, what are we supposed to do? As a people, we are supposed to rise up, unite as one in everything, in the front lines and in our pockets. We unite as one to provide what we need to defend our land, to secure this freedom. So that tomorrow, when Russia stands up and tells you to do this, you can tell them no, because that's not what you want, because that's not going to favor the Biafran people. In the negotiation table, you will bring up what you want, the negotiation you want for the Biafran people. That will favor the Biafran people is what you will go for. So we have to rise up now and fight. There is no time, Biafrans. There is no time for our leaders to come out. There is no time because every day that passes by, our people are being slaughtered. As we speak today, our people were slaughtered today in different parts. Yes, we might not have seen it, but it happened. So we have to rise up, put our hands together as one, fund the Biafran Defense Forces so that we can do this thing once and for all. Sit at home for the release of our leader is something that we don't joke with. If the governors and the senators who are oppressing you are standing against the sit at home, does that not tell you that there is something about the sit at home that hurts them? The man who is oppressing you, who is standing against you, who is denying you life, who is denying you access to good things, is fighting the one thing that you're doing, the one thing that you're doing that they're fighting. They don't even talk to you when you're asking for a good governance, for a better governance. They don't talk to you. They don't even, they ignore you. But once you talk about sit at home, they all want to come after you. Does that not tell you the importance of this sit at home? The sit at home took away over 20 million votes from the Nigerian states. The sit at home made the rest of the world recognize and see the differences. I forgot the way the United Nations and the rest of them put it, but it made them see the differences amongst the people that live in the territory called Nigeria. So it is time that every one of us, each and every one of us, it is time that we rise up to do what we are supposed to do. What is that we are supposed to do? Fund the liberation of our people. That is that one thing that we are supposed to do. Sitting at home is one of the ways to delegitimize the people who are oppressing us. So we have to do what we are supposed to do. Those who are able to fund our liberation, make sure you do your part. Who are supposed to be fighting, Make sure you do your part. Like Mighty Dot said, and I agree with him. If I was back home today, believe me, I would start from my local government chairman, where the security is less. If you want to call this an expo, call it an expo. But that is what you are supposed to be doing. You are supposed to be fighting those who are fighting you. It is a prayer, it is something that we do in our land. So if you, as a Biafran, truly believe that Onyendu is your leader, Onyendu said that the only thing that brought him out of the detention previously was what the Avengers were doing. So what are you doing to make sure that your leader comes out? That is a question for everyone. Are you who is at home doing to make sure that your leader comes out? You that is in diaspora, what are you doing to make sure that your leader comes out? That is a question for every Biafran to answer. Our seat at home is sacrosanct, and everyone who truly calls Onyendu their leader, who truly believes in Biafra, must sit at home. For that sit at home will assure his release, and your funding will assure the freedom of Biafran people. Dalon everyone, and may God bless us all. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Snow. Thank you so very much. Now, while I will just make an addendum to what Mr. Snow just said, I was trying to make a post on Space as we're there now. I saw a picture where the saboteur lady called Bianca Ono is flanked by the dog eating shameless Akpabio, who you see there, who has they've had an very heated accusation that of his infidelity or attempt to get into infidelity with Natasha, the senator from Kogi State. And now we see the shameless womanizer. Every man loves women. Personally, man, I love women. But we are respected people. We play whatever we do with respect. Nobody goes indiscriminately after women like that, even in the open, and begin to shame your nation and shame yourself. The day Bianca Ono was presented, or the day she came to sell Biafra, we saw how this Akpabio even made a joke while admiring this shameless woman. Eh? We're talking about it, do I cannot know. Go for this Bianca Ono, but I cannot know. Me, I will be here to celebrate it. So let me say that while I continue my story. Now, Natasha exposed Akpabio of what he always wants to do or what he does, because he will just, make sure he takes you to bed. He doesn't care whether you are married, and he will give you position. Now we see why he was making those advances on Bianca, and now they are together in Rome. I see the picture where Bianca Ono is together with Akpabio in Rome. That means Bianca sold Biafra, sold our prime minister on the bed of immorality to this dog-eating, shameless Akpabio. Because somebody was writing, the person said, Akpabio, focus, so I take dog name beg you. Now, what I'm writing on this post is that Akpabio will eat the dog that will stop him from going to do what he's planning to do to Bianca, which is to say, Akpabio will eat the dog that come to stop him from eating up Bianca. And now they are using Biafra to play, even in the international stage. They're not even hiding it. They're not hiding it. So it's now obvious that Bianca, that is qualified or deserving, is right there with APC in Rome, careless of what is happening to Biafran people, careless of what's happening to Mazin Nandekano, careless that she shamelessly was involved in what is happening to our prime minister today. And you tell me that if I have opportunity, like Mighty Dot said, that I will not take my step, Tokasha Wanya Akanom. I hand over the mic to who's next to speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, our Deputy Information Minister. Of course, all these political players have a lot of answers, a lot of questions to answer when it comes to Biafra. The atrocities are smelling. Akpabio is a non-humanizer, and Biancono is also a Kezaya. So, birds of the same feather, they are always flocking together, selling Biafra on the altar of infidelity, on the altar of corruption, and as well on the altar of criminality. It's quite unfortunate. But no matter what they do, Biafra must be restored. Thank you so much. Our minister, you are here. Welcome, sir. The Minister of Information. You have the mic, sir.
Warm greetings to everyone. Though I've been away for the past hours, I'm just coming back in now. But I think I heard the last speaker talk about, I think that was our COS, yeah, COS to our APM. Talk about what the West are doing. I think he was quoting Mighty Dot, though I wasn't here when Mighty Dot spoke. Okay, I want the media team to understand something. And if everyone have watched and see, you see that the Biafran government media don't indulge so much in the way and manner the West are trying to hit on any freedom fighter that is coming up. Because we don't want to drive attention to somewhere else when we already have our house on fire. Mhm. It's like your house there on fire. You never quench the fire where your house finish. You want to go and start entering another person's house where they on fire. You say, "Won't go help and quench fire." No, we have our own fire to quench. So that's why we are not giving or doing as if we see what is happening, because we have our own problems. So Biafrans should understand, and everyone listening should also know that what the West will do tomorrow is not something new. Whether they will gnash their teeth when we speak tomorrow, or when they will come to clap for us, or when they will come to smile with us, it is not the expectancy of any freedom fighter. Because as we speak now, we are not finding it funny already. Is Europe, where our prime minister is, not part of the West? The UK government, are they not part of the West? These are some things we need to ask ourselves. So the fears of what they will do, or the same hand they use to catch a bee when it is playing out now on Burkina Faso president, is not new. Yes, it's not new. That is where Biafrans have already been for the past years. What do you see happening to Burkina Faso president today is what has already happened to the Biafran people for the past years. For the past years. So that's why the Biafran media would not create much attention to it, because it is what we have been facing for the past years. The 1967 to 70 genocidal war was used against the Biafran people. Which people spearheaded the massacre? Which people supervised the massacre? Which people supplied the weapons? Which people used their jet fighters to come and help one Nigeria to massacre the Biafran people? Was it not the international community? Was it not the West? Huh. So since that genocidal war ended in the 70s, which people have been feeding on the blood of Biafrans from their resources in Biafra land? Has it not been the West? Aha. So if another person is now used as the experimental species today, still in Africa, it is not a new thing to the Biafran people. Yes. But at this very point, the Biafran people will do more to focus on their own house that is on fire than to even abandon our house and start going into what is happening or how the West is treating other people. Because we have been treated that way for years, the Biafran people, and nobody was even listening to us. It is just now that our Prime Minister emerged, that we understood the equation that we had to use. And when we started using the equation, what happened? The zoo started shouting. But they have been massacring us for years. So the West did not hear it. They turned their deaf ears to it. The West did not react. They turned their deaf ears to it. And Nicodemously and indirectly, they were the ones giving one Nigeria the advices on how to kill us. So whatever anybody is facing today in the hands of the West in Africa, the Biafran people had been on that path for the past 60 years. Yes. So, and now we are not afraid of what will the West turn out to be to us tomorrow, or how they will treat us if they will come to treat us the same way they are treating the leaders that have emerged today in other parts of Africa to fight against them. No, that is not our problem. And we don't want any Biafran to be worried about that. Yes. Because for the past years, our past leaders of Biafra have used a different method and a different pattern, and nobody was speaking. Nobody was taking us serious. But in our own time, when we had our prime minister, we used a different formula. And that formula was able to make people start to hear our voices. So they will continue to hear it. So whichever way they are doing with other leaders that are coming up, it is good that other leaders that are coming up also feel what the Biafran people have been feeling for years. Yes. Because the massacre of Biafrans, forceful disappearance, and every Christian in one Nigeria on daily basis are more than what has happened in other parts of the world, another part of Africa also. Yes. You know why? Because in other part of Africa, you have some leaders that are able to stand up and speak small. Even as they see money, they speak. But in our own case, those that you had expected that they will speak for you, they're actually the ones collecting money, turning the back door to kill you. I came across a post where they said one of the PA of the president of Burkina Faso rejected money that the West gave him, or he collected the money and then he handed it over to the president. He unveiled the betrayal plot to the president. I want to ask all of us, is it not our own senators that stood in the National Assembly when Nigerian senators of the North and the West and the Middle Belt are trying to see what do we do to end this matter of Nnamdi Kanu so that we can be at peace. Is it not our own senators that now rose up and say, do not do anything to bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out, to let him remain there, because they know the moment he comes out, all their secrets will be in the open. And Biafran people getting to know the evil that they are may stone all of them to death overnight. So they don't want to allow the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to come to be. But they've made a mistake. So if you're to be comparing or looking at or contrasting things that are happening, I think the personal assistant of Burkina Faso president is even better off, right? Aha. Because those that call themselves most trusted lawyer of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are the ones that sold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And those that said they were the most trusted of our PM as personal assistants, as COS, are the ones that betrayed our PM. Those that said they knew more than all other ministers in the cabinet because you work closely with the PM, he gives you the privilege to arrange meeting for him, take part in some discussion that he will now call up. You now claim that you know so much. You capitalize on it to destroy everything that he had put in place. Are they no worse than the personal assistant of Burkina Faso president? I believe, or I think some of them should even go and be learning resilience and consistency and the spirit of no betrayal from even the team members of President of Burkina Faso. But no Biafran should be wary of what the West will do to the Biafran people. Because your freedom is not in the hands of the West. This is what you should understand. Ever since when you have been playing low and slow and keeping quiet, did the West come to your aid? No. I've said this several times. The West will not come to your aid in any manner. The only thing the West will do is, when there is crisis, they will capitalize on it and then look for what they want to gain. They will not come to separate the fight. Anybody that rush to them and say, okay, give me aid, if they want, they will give the aid because of what they will gain in return. But what they are looking at the end of the day is who has won the fight. Then they now go in to negotiate with that person. Will you be surprised that this Fulani terrorist is allowed to take over Nigeria now? That America and UK and Europe and even Russia, that they will go into negotiations with the Fulani terrorists in Nigeria? They will go in. The next thing they will be asking them is, what are the terms and conditions for them to get the political and diplomatic relations of Nigeria under the supervision of the Fulani terrorist regime? So they are not concerned about who is there or who is not there. What they are concerned is their interest. And this is what every government should be looking at. That is politics. So nobody will come and start cleaning your ass when you poo-poo in your house or when you're messing things up in your house. No. The only thing people will come to do is when you are done with the blue, blah, blah. What is the resolution on the table? They want to know where to pick their slice of bread and where they will eat best to enjoy. So that's what everyone should be concerned of, because it is the aftermath of what happens that really matters. So Biafran people, where our supreme leader is now is already the antics of the West. Where our prime minister is now, that has been detained because of our freedom, is already the antics of the West. That Biafran people were massacred in 67 to 60s, 70s, even 80s, 90s, and 2000, 2001 to this time, we're now in 20s. And nobody's saying anything about it from the West. It is part of the antics of the West. That Aba women riot happened, and it was the West that supervised it, the colonial masters. They were the ones giving orders to our own warrant officers that they colonize. So the colonial masters, police officers that they gave rifle, plus our own that they also recruited them and gave them the rifle, they ordered them and say, shoot at your women, shoot at your children, shoot at your men, because they are protesting against their evil standards. Was that not part of what the West did? So no one should think that the West will sit back tomorrow to be fanning you. You have to fight it hard. But do you know what I like at this very time of our own? What I like is that we have discovered something. When you want the bone of fish to catch the person that says he knows the secrecy of water and is the mommy water and is the papa water, carry that bone of fish, stuck for in throat, then ask him, say, make it give you solution. That is what the Biafran people have done now. Yes. For the past years, we've been fighting this Biafra liberation from our own homeland alone. We stand there alone, right? Then, whatever we do, they say we are doing it, it doesn't concern them. But do you know what has happened now in our own dispensation? 95% of us are in the West, right? Okay. Many of us are in Russia, many are in Europe, many are in America, many are in UK. Many of us are not in the homeland, right? We have just a few percentage of us in the homeland that are fighting there, right? But plenty of us now, we are now in the West. We are inducted into their system, right? So we are setting the precedents inside their system here. So we are stuck in their truth. We are stuck in their truth. We want to see them exemplify that democracy that they are talking while we are stuck in their truth inside their system here before they will now transcend it down to our lands. That is why Mazi Nnamdi Kanu came down to UK. He got himself stuck in their truth. So while they kidnap him, you now know that the UK government is accomplice. So let us see how UK government will remove Mazi Nnamdi Kanu as a fin or a bone on their throat and throw it away and then remove their hand. Let us also see now how Finland government will pull our prime minister from their throat that has been stuck as the fin or the bones on their throat, pull him out and then throw him away to Nigerian terrorist government for them to kill. Yes, that is the secrecy of what we are talking about now. Let the game continue to play. I salute everyone.
Wow, thank you so much. That was a well articulated submission. Deputy, do you have anything to add to it, sir?
No. Let's just flow. Thank you so much, Ebu boss at the Information Ministry. Thank you so much. Please let's just flow.
Okay, thank you so much. Sister Betty, if you have anything to add before we go to Nkudi number or ancestral. Minister Betty.
Yeah, thank you. There's something I told my minister that I would like to play. I don't know if I can do it now.
Yeah, play. How many minutes is it?
Let me check. How many minutes? Hey, Jesus. Um, I can't find it here, but the first line is just to let people understand that.
Okay, play it. No, play it as much as you just get the message out from there. Once you
Yeah.
get that message you want to pass out, then you stop it.
Okay.
Oh.
Were apprehended by Amotekun 114 as they were about being distributed into different forests in the southwest. 114 all at once, loaded in
Wow. Something.
trucks. These they are big trucks. That's where they were loaded. They apprehended 114 from 2 different trucks. And from what I got, they said only 3 out of the 114, that is 111, don't know where they were going to. They just loaded them in trucks and brought them down here. And guess what? They saw some local weapons with them. I don't want to say much. I'd like you to watch this video. I'll come back and explain a few things, yeah? But just watch this video. Make sure you're sharing it for me so that someone...
Yes, my people, why I brought this video and the reason why I'm making reference to it is that whenever people like Garuba comes and tells us that Boko Haram is their defense group fighting for their, I don't know what they are fighting, because I know that Fulanis don't have any tribe in that region. Nobody is after them. Then these people that caught these 120 people in a truck with some local weapons, as the reporter said, Omoteko is in Yoruba land and nobody troubles them. But every month or every week or every day, they are on the BLA, either in Owerri or Kigwe or in Olu. Why are they not after Omoteko people, fighting and protecting Yoruba land? Why are they not? Why is it that nobody is after the Garuba's Boko Haram? So my people, we
The question.
really do not have anybody to get our back except us. So that little point, in addition to what every other person has been saying, and it is also good that Finland and the Nigerian politicians knows that it is neither Mazi Nnamdi Kanu nor our PM that is causing insecurity in Nigeria. Just that point is what I want to adduce at this point. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Betty. Before the next person picks the mic, let me add something there for those that may not grab the point from what you're saying very well. If you're not hitting the zoo or is seen as a prime enemy to the zoo, and what you're doing is not something that will destroy the zoo, and what you're doing is not something that will end the Fulani terrorists, don't expect to be seen as an enemy of one Nigeria. Now, the person that came about the Omotekun, they killed him. They poisoned that man and killed him. That person that came about the Omotekun had the motive of ending Fulani terrorists, but they killed him. They poisoned him. They alleged him to whether America or UK, or France, was there for over 6 months on the sick bed until when they finally say the man don't buy, they can't come back and buy, can't go bury him. So Amotekun is not fighting to end Nigeria. There's one thing everybody need to understand. It's good that Honorable Betty. It's good that Honorable Betty brought up this so that we'll educate some people that are not aware. Amotekun is not fighting to end Nigeria. Biafrans are fighting to end Nigeria because Nigeria has ended the lives of Biafrans in thousands and millions. Now, the January 1566 coup was to curtail the massacre of the Yorubas, the Middle Beltans, and the Northerners. It was not even for the Biafran people. So who were to benefit most? It was the Yorubas, the Middle Beltans, the Northerners. See, at the end of the day, the highest betrayal that we got was from the Yoruba tribe because of us even fighting to save their lives. If you listen to Awolowo was telling Yorubas, if the East secede, the West will follow them. And then after Gowon gave him position, whether governor of central bank, something to finance. The tongue changed. The next broadcast on radio was on television. Yoruba should ignore the Igbos. Yoruba should ignore the whole Eastern region. Anybody that is working to destroy Nigeria, we are against it. One Nigeria must stand. One Nigeria must continue. You see? So, Amotekun is not a liberation group that came to be. It's not a liberation army that came to be. Their own is not to end Nigeria to have a Yoruba nation. But when you heard of IPOB, the aim and objective of IPOB is to restore the sovereign nation of Biafra. That means anything that stands on the way to eat you or to crush you, you must take them down so that you must get Biafra. So we should not expect to see that Amotekun will do what we do. Amotekun cannot go and kill Fulani terrorists who have come to kill their women and children. You will only see them come and make noise on the media. Oh, they have killed. No. Didn't you? I think from that very video you played, there is a part where the Amotekun got over whether 100 and something Fulani terrorists that they call hunters. And then they handed them back over to the governor. The governor said, I am sending them back to where they came from. But what happened in Uromi? The Uromi people reacted based on what they have faced from these terrorists in their hands. So tell me when somebody now catch the same species of terrorists that have come in to replicate what they have done in the past few weeks, and then you're putting them back into a car and sending them back. They will regroup and come back later now. So Omotegun are not fighting to end one Nigeria, but Biafrans are fighting to end one Nigeria. So when we are talking, we are not mincing words so that we are coming to pamper Nigeria or not to fight Nigeria. We want Nigeria to continue to be alive. No, our own is we tell you pop and play. Anything that will make sure Nigeria is totally destroyed so that the life of babies, women, and children will be alive, will be preserved. That is who we are. We are not here to palm or make Nigeria to work. No, we have gone past that stage. Many of our lives have gone because of trying to make Nigeria work. So we cannot go back to that very path again. Our own is end Nigeria to save lives. So nobody should have trust in Amotekun that Amotekun will come and kill Fulani terrorists who came to kill their women and children. No. It's only Biafran people that do not have prison for the Fulani terrorists. It's only Biafran people that do not have a rehabilitation camp for terrorists. It's only Biafran people that do not have the idea of reintegrating terrorists into their army or police or Air Force or Navy. No, we don't have such in our ideology. We end every terrorist that have come to end the life of our children, women, and men. So Amotekun is not fighting to end Nigeria, so they can never act or be like the Biafran army. And one Nigerian terrorist government cannot go after them. Yes, because they are working with one Nigerian terrorist army and police and Air Force and Navy, while the Biafra army are not working with those people. So these are two different people. This is like oil and water. If you pour them together, they will separate themselves because they are not the same. So to those that do not understand, make una know the go they look for waiting Biafra army. They do. Say, I'm not going to go do the same. Oh, you're wasting your time. Foul. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, our information minister. Thank you, Sister Betty, Honorable Betty, for that wonderful submission. One thing is a take home here. Amatekun is not fighting to end Nigeria. They are only fighting to sustain one Nigeria. Why Biafran people, Biafran nation, BDF, BLA are fighting to end one Nigeria, because one Nigeria have ended a lot of our people's lives. And why, when we end one Nigeria, we are saving a lot of Biafrans' lives. That is the difference, that is the distinction between Omoteku and the Biafran Defense Forces. Why Omoteku don't have prisons? Why they hand over the same terrorists who have come to kill their people over to the sponsors of the terrorists themselves? We, the Biafran people, when we confront the terrorists, we send them to God for judgment. That is very important for everybody to understand. And no matter how they come, who sent them, our land will swallow each and every one of them, hook, line, and sinker. They are not going to go scot-free, and our land must be protected from them. Thank you so much. Before I come to you, the number, Ancestral have not spoken. Ancestral, please, you have 3 minutes. Go ahead. Ancestral, are you there? If you are not close to your mic, encode the number, you have the mic, sir. Mazonye Kachukwu, are you close to your device?
I am here. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Go ahead.
Protocol observed. Thank you so much for everyone who has spoken. Yes. I don't know if Mighty Dot, if you're still there here, please. I sent you message via DM. I don't know if you've seen it. For this behind, I sent you message. Please kindly check it. Thank you. I want to call attention of our people, government to. There is something Ebuko used that Hope Uzodinma went to inaugurate or whatever. And they must understand that that area Ebuko built that in. Hope Uzodinma also used that opportunity to steal almost 30 acres of land from the people there. And as well, it's like they also built something like, what is it, whether they call it the same thing they built that our different forces burned down. So please, we should look into that area because all these poopy bandits, we don't trust them. Okay, so they should look into that area. There is something we need to want to tell our people. See, we have I asked my Minister of Information this question yesterday, and he quickly answered accurate because some people ask some people a question, they will delay to answer it, but they answer it very immediately because you understand, meaning that they understand it very well. Who Biafrans are Fulanis who have alternative. Fulani, they have alternative. We don't have alternative. In the sense that if they fail, they tie to the north where they are, which they suppose if they truly want a Fulani country, they would have taken a state there. For example, a state in the north is more than entire Biafra territory. But yet, they continue, that our dots, they want to take it away from us. And people are taking it lightly with them. You know, they will feel our pain. Both the enabler and within, they will feel our pain because we can no longer express our pain in words. It's gone beyond what we can express in words. It's in action, and can't wait. So please, my people, there are things that affected us in the past because reason for the history is when you know your history of the past, then you'll be able to, that history will navigate you, your future, in your future endeavor. But in the sense that you are deprived of history, so how will you be able to? That is why most of the things they're doing today is recycling. But most of them don't know the history. That is what they're able to know when they are doing it. The same thing Britain did in 1950, in 1994, before amalgamation. They used to do it, doing it this time. Okay, and now people are paying attention to that. There's no how you can fight in anything after that land is concerned for you to have a bit to start acknowledging in total the progenitors of land and acknowledge them by name and the names of the villages. The people who come to your place to rename it think because they cannot pronounce that place is the reason why they rename it. If we are still thinking it because they cannot pronounce it, that means we don't know the importance of name. Okay, they know it not because they cannot pronounce it, but they know it. What you name, you own. You are the owner of what you named. And when we, the progenies of the progenitors, continue validating that distorted name, we are validating the ownership to those people instead of our ancestors. So we must take all this serious. We don't. When we say one of the problems for our people is that we will say, but practicalizing it is the problem. And people who do things like that, they end up, I don't. So let us this time around. We have no alternative. Everything we say here, let us look into it and put it in practice immediately to avoid. No, I would have done it this way. I would have done it this way. Like I'm telling our people to stop insulting Ekwensu. I am saying it. Stop insulting Ekwensu. Ekwensu never do us any evil. Ekwensu have done us favor. That all those things that bring together have not favor us. Ekwensu have done us favor. We should stop insulting Ekwensu. If you know you want freedom, do train this not part of you. If you want to call devil, call it devil or Satan. Satan don't have Igbo name. Or don't have any Igbo this thing. Okay? And names for our villages, those villages, if you know the original name of the villages, keep pronouncing it. As you're pronouncing the original name, you are awakening the progenies or the ancestors of that name. This is my son, they are not the of this. But when you abandon that name, pronouncing that distorted, for example, Ahaba, you still can pronounce this Asaba. Those people who turn it to Asaba, you are validating the ownership to them. Okay? If you don't know the original name of something is claim inherited, how can you inherited it from the person? How can the person claim inherited it? No, you. We must understand this. Okay? And I asked a question last time. You as a parent now, you have kids. You have kids now. You are kids. They give them their names. They love you. They speak your tongue. They love you. Suddenly, those kids, whether you are dead or alive, or they change their name, begin to speak another tongue, do other things, bear different names. Will you be happy? You as parents? If you cannot be happy, so compare and contrast. Okay? We shouldn't be. And if you know you want to lead us in prayer in this, you can do it privately. But when it comes to public, general, you want to lead us in prayer in this thing, please, emulate our leaders. Our leader Mazinand Khan. Okay? Emulate him. Emulate others. Okay? If you want to make reference, begin to reference our own saint. Saint Philip from Saint Ikemba, Saint Michael Opera, Saint Eri. Okay? They are on our own saint. Please acknowledge them. They are those who will help us. No other saints, no other angel, no other ancestor. If we truly want to be serious in what we are doing, so that we cannot begin to make mistakes because we want to please someone individual or because I don't want what people will say. Okay? If I want to do that, I will do it because I have them in my family. But that is not important. Let us be really sincere in this and do it. Remove all those things that those things we take commonalize. It works. They're actually the problem. The problem the entire indigenous people are suffering today is that Nigeria, you accepted it and tradition the history of the ancestors of the land. to call them, gesture their history, and you accepted one Nigeria. That one Nigeria is contributed why Fulani is having it against everybody. I will pause here. Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Nkodenamba, for that wonderful submission. Our progenitors will be very, very happy if we fight out these marauders in our land and take them out. The land of our ancestors are in agreement with us. And that is why you can see the positive vibes. You can see the achievement of the Biafran Liberation Army, the Biafran Defense Forces. When Musa said that even when they go up on air, they can't see the men on ground, but the men on ground can see them. That is the work of our ancestors, and they will continue to fall Yakata until there are no more in our land. Thank you, Nkodenamba. Ancestral, are you ready to speak now? Ancestral, are you ready to your device? Are you ready to speak? Ancestral is not yet ready. So, Biafrans, if you have not shared this space, please, I've checked some of our Biafran brothers who are on this space tonight. Most of you have not shared this space, and I wonder why you want the information of this magnitude to go out, but you have not been able to share the information. It's quite unfortunate. This is the little you can do in order to make sure that a lot of people come across this wonderful message that we are sending here. This message is not only for Biafrans, it is for non-Biafrans as well, for the world to listen to our plight, to know what we are actually passing through. Very, very important that they understand that the lives of people are at stake. The indigenous populations in Nigeria are at the mercy of the terrorists. People are being killed indiscriminately. But in Biafra land, it is the only safest place you have in that contraption called Nigeria. And because it is safe, because we are no longer Nigerians. If you embrace one Nigeria means death. It means killings. It means jihad. It means kidnapping. It means a lot of bad things to indigenous populations. So the reason we are a little bit safe in our land is because we are not Nigerians. And that is why for us to be totally free from that contraction, we are appealing to every one of you, Biafrans, to support the Biafran Defense Forces through your funding. Very, very important, because we want total eviction of all these terrorists in our land. We want the women and children to be safe. We want our land to be protected. We want to evict all these terrorists from our land, both terrorists in uniform and terrorists in our various bushes. The police, the customs, the army, all of them are terrorists because they are the ones that are terrorizing our communities. They are the ones that are terrorizing our people. And we cannot fold our hands and watch our people being killed at random. We cannot fold our hands and watch our properties being burned. We cannot fold our hands and watch our farmlands being ravaged, our crops being eaten up by these headers, by these terrorists that come in the form of headers. They go out in our farms looking for our fathers and our mothers who went to the farms in order to hack them down. We cannot tolerate that anymore. And that is why we are asking for your support so that the Biafran Defense Forces, who have taken it upon themselves to defend our land, will be able to drive away all these terrorists from our land. And we are calling on you as well. Tomorrow is the court date of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, our leader, for every Biafran to be in solidarity, those in the homeland, to make sure that we observe sit at home, to demonstrate our anger, to demonstrate our displeasure against the atrocities that the Nigerian state are committing against our people and our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Sit at home is our way of civil disobedience. It is highly recommended all around the world. That's the only way we can show that we are not happy with what the terrorist Nigerian state are doing to our leader and as well to our Biafran people. So tomorrow is sit at home. Everybody must be in solidarity with our leader. On May 2nd also, it's another day our leader will go to court and we must observe that sit at home as well. On 6th as well, it's yet another day. 3 days sit at home, but it's not running consecutively. So it is very, very important that we understand that our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, has been in detention for 5 good years, not because he committed any crime, but for the fact that he's speaking for you, fighting for our freedom. Those things that you are commending Ibrahim Traore of doing in Burkina Faso, we have men who can do. In fact, what Traore is doing cannot be compared with what our leader have in stock for Biafra people. You know, when our leader told you that Biafra land will be built 70 years, morning, night, and afternoon, morning, day, and night, 70 years we are going to build Biafra land. And imagine how beautiful, in fact, Biafra land will be heaven on earth, the land of Chukwu Okike Abiama himself, because we have all it takes. We have the mineral resources, we have the manpower, we have the brains that can be able to design Biafra, and it's going to be heaven on this planet Earth. So what Traore is doing is not even 1% of what will be done when Biafra is fully restored. And that is why the West are actually fighting. Nigeria is fighting against the emergence of Biafra. But no matter what they do, Biafra must be restored. Thank you so much for that wonderful submission. Ancestral, are you there? Deputy, do you have anything to add to it, sir? To what you just said?
No, no, no. Thank you, my
Okay,
people. Thank you, Biafrans. Just continue until you
okay,
round up because I want to do some other things here. So maybe, so I'm going
okay.
to go down. If you want to hand over the co-host to university so that they can continue. I don't know if somebody's still there.
Okay.
Past
Yeah,
midnight. Yeah, yeah.
Information
Yeah.
Minister.
let's say in the next 30 minutes they should be rounding up so that because
Okay.
the media team has been on air since morning, so we should round up in the next 30 minutes.
Okay, sir.
Yeah, so that everyone can retire.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, Nkodinamba, your hand is up again. Nonso, University, do you have anything to say before we go to Nkodinamba, sir? Minister Bright.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you so much, David, for keeping the whole thing going, and thank you very much, Biafran people. Of course, this sit at home must be respected, and the sit at home is being engaged in our state also, in the state of Igodomigodo. Is embarking on this very special journey because since the sit at home started, we have not been able to participate in the sit at home fully.
owing to the fact that the enemies that we have in Igodomigodo is very deadly. They don't like a bright future. They don't like anything that is favorable to the people. They want the people to continue to practice slavery in the 21st century. Igodomigodo is the only land that people are actually enslaved, and they love it the way it is. They don't like it, and they are complaining about their suffering, and their loyalty to their suffering, the person who is inflicting the pain, the suffering, makes many people to be, it's very complicated. They are just, I can't really imagine it that in the 21st century, people are worshiping people. When you mention the person as the progenitor of the problem in the place, they kill you. In short, these people have even killed more than the Fulanis. And I continue to maintain that fact because the blood of those people who were buried in the land of Igodomigodo also runs in me. Thousands of our people were buried alive in Ring Road, as well as the New Benin, Lagos Expressway roundabout. All those places that those people are marching their leg, the flesh and skin and bone on the heart of my people is there. You are marching your foot on. You can bury the history. You can frustrate the history. You can rewrite it. That is why we tell people, live a good life. Because this life, when you have left, your children will be working hard to try to change their history, to try to make it look good. It can never look good because your life is a mirror. Your life is not yours alone. All those people who are living in our land now, after so many years, they now speak as though they own the land. They have even, the colonials make them king. They leave us for many years of war before they finally come and bring this another kind of enslavement they called amalgamation. They are, if you want to count everybody who have fled from home, Igodomigodo, Edo State, will have the highest number. But they are not at war. They staged them mentally, economically. Our people were beaten and battered. But because of the fear of how the previous of our ancestors were slaughtered, nobody wants to actually continue the fight. Especially since the enemy decided to work with foreigners who came to colonize the place. All these people you are calling or backing this and that, they are all instruments of slavery. They work for colonial master. If you see them coming out today talking now, you will be thinking that okay, these kingdoms, they have always been there. Some people will even write, they say 16th century, 14th century, 10th, 1910. They be saying, I'll just be looking at them. I'll just laugh. You are trying to change your history. You are trying to make it feel good in people's ear. It can never, because you kill people who are fighting to defend the land. You are probably from Africa, from somewhere in Africa, but you came to other people's land with foreigners and you kill them in their land. So this thing you are experiencing today is what you fought for. And I always try to reverse this history, rehearse it very clearly so that people can pay critical attention, understood it, digest it, and then you will judge yourself, you will ask yourself questions, especially those who present themselves as one Nigeria. For the most part, since Biafrans energizes this system, I have not seen much of them come out to condemn any white man for being involved in colonialism and slave marketing. Because they finally realized that when they were fighting against Biafra, Biafra was fighting to protect Africa. Biafra was fighting the only country that single-handedly created his own land, that revived his own land that was written out of history, and tried to defend it you know what? The people they used to destroy the freedom of this land were still some Africans, Yorubas, Hausas, and this Arab tribe Fulanis. They killed fellow Africans. They killed Biafrans. What crime did Biafrans commit to them? We were in our own father's land. But they came to our father's land with weapons, with foreigners who were supplying them weapons. Some even later in future claimed that they never knew that Nigeria was killing his own citizens, that they never knew that it was freedom fighting, that they never knew that Nigerians were killing themselves. These people you are calling Nigerians, they are not Nigerian. Nigeria means slave. These people don't want to be slaves. They want to be independent. They want to work, struggle very hard and succeed. They want a beautiful nation. They want to build fine houses. They want to have industries because their children are very creative and they need these resources to empower these children so we can help our neighboring African countries. If we can't help ourselves, look at us today. We don't have money. We don't have armament to even protect defend ourselves, let alone defending other African people. And there is war everywhere. Every country that these people created, there are groups who want to separate from it because it is evil. It is an enslavement. And this is very important so that those one Nigerians and those of you who tends to be sitting at the fence and wanting others to die for you, like Jesus Christ, you can use your tongue and count your teeth. So you are just a tool for your own destruction, and this is very sad for you. I suggest that you listen to me very critically and understand and ask yourself, where do I stand now? Because if you are a Nigerian and you are praising Ibrahim Traore and you see him as a hero, then you are hypocrite because you fight against Biafra. You know that you fighting against Biafra, you are fighting against Nigeria. Biafra is the lifeline of Nigeria. Biafra fought for its freedom of its own land, but Nigeria was created by foreign colonial masters who came to exploit the land and force you to be Nigerian. How have you had presumed that another person, parent, will now come and tell you that your father is evil? Let us kill him. And then you kill him, still expecting the same man that you enabled or that enabled you or that enabled you to enable him to destroy your own father, will treat you like a son. So if my submission is wrong, pick up the mic and challenge what I said. So you have no need to even say that colonial disease is because you are an engineer of it. So if you carry this message out there in the imposed Nigeria, tell them to use their tongue and count their teeth. Tell them to ask themselves questions. If the colonial masters had created Nigeria and Biafrans wants to retain their own identity and wanted to defend it because there was a serious situation going on in the land, welcome, Ozed. And then the only thing, instead of you to support your family members from different races to defend themselves against this colonial occupation force that is creating his own dream, if they want to increase their empire and have provinces, they should do it in Europe. Some of them were doing it. It caused war. They were fighting war. They fought war out of cave to this their recent development of their civilization. But they came to alter your own civilization and your future and the future of your unborn generation. And you were a tool to necessitating it. And you say, I'm the son of what you call it, Ediabale. My father was a slave trader. He worked for the British and the Portuguese. His first assignment was assigned him by the Portuguese and later the British and the Greeks, and then the Germans, and then the French. And now look at the future you have presented to the people. The people now have the illusion of, escaping from their own land in order to make boat and meat. Meanwhile, why economically forcing these people away from home? Terrorists have been imported. Even INEC claimed that they even imported terrorists into this land. The British National Intelligence, Internal Intelligence during the 60s claimed that they brought over 75,000 Fulanis to fight against Biafra. But you fight alongside with them. Somebody bring a foreign terrorist. Let me tell you, colonization is terrorism. But if it's done by a colonial master, it is called colonization. If it's done by a group of ordinary people, indigenous people of the land who wants to succeed, who wants to separate from the colonial structure, they call them terrorists, they call them miscreants, they call them secession. There's a way this one Nigerian is, the thing is so very common with Yoruba mouth, secessionist. There is nothing like a secessionist. I cannot be a secessionist in my own father's land. It is Nigeria that seed himself inside. I never asked for it. Some people said that we agreed with amalgamation. We never agreed with amalgamation. If we had agreed with amalgamation, we wouldn't have went to war against the system. Because the colonial cannot give you a perfect life. It can only create a terror, a division. He uses division as a weapon. Division is his most fundamental weapon in tearing families and communities apart. If he works so very well, in the next 10 to 20, 100 years, you and your family members will be very far from each other. You'll be cat and rat. You will be dragging lands. And until a society come to this awakening and understand that I'm African, you are an African. We are neighbor, we are close. If we go back in time, we came out from the same stomach. So how far that this is why it is called a country, the land and the people. But those who want to be politically correct and speak good English, they speak it, they say, oh, professional, well, very good. You can be as local, speak your local language and still be more professional than somebody who lives in America for 100 years. It's just a matter of understanding. Understanding the peace, the progress, and the future of our people is the utmost concern. And that has to come with the mind. Once you start decolonizing your mind, the spirit of hatred will begin to leave, because this system, once you are under that Nigerian loop, the hatred will always be there. And it is going to take you 1,000,000 years, except if you have been instructed that the loop, the realm that you are, is a foreign creation. But this person you are trying to consider your enemy is even your brother. If we go many years back, your families, as you grow, they call it the people. You grew up to the nationhood. There is no point somebody bringing a culture, a particular civilization, to match with another one and say that you don't amalgamate people. This English, you don't rule your people with a foreign language. You will fall into a ditch. It's like being blind and running a race. You amalgamate businesses, you amalgamate organization, firms. You don't just amalgamate a civilization. You are altering them. You are not amalgamating them, you are altering them. You are going to leave them with too many years of crisis. And you cannot be able to manage the crisis. Instead, you exploit the crisis. Why they are fighting and killing each other? You are stealing from them. All you need to do is to identify the weaker links, use them, give them power, give them fame, give them everything. and they will begin to run the race for you. And they will have their dream stolen away while they live in your own dream. For so many years, they will be running away from home thinking that because you presume to be more valuable than them, they are lesser human than yours. So they are willing to come to you to work so that they can gain as much value as you, so that they can also be better than their people. Then when they come, they can pray big manity on their people, all those kind of like, I'm the king, you are a subject, you are the servant, you are the slave. When you have a king, you have a slave. You cannot manage two systems of
Minister
government.
Bright,
Christianity is a system of government, religious or Menana is a system of government, and democracy is another form of government, another system of government. You have this.
Minister Bright, we have 9 minutes. 9 minutes to round up, please. We are
Thank
closing
you.
by 30 minutes on the
Thank you.
dot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I would rather yield mic now.
I know you have a lot to speak. You are so educating when it comes to that. When it comes to putting the nitty-gritty of what is needed for our people to understand
It
why
is
they must
Dr.
stand
David.
firm for their
Dr. David
freedom.
is sad sometimes when our people are not
Yes.
rising up. Like, this is not like in the 80s when there's no social media, nobody is informed. You cannot be fighting Biafra now at this point when the land, the country, the structure is breaking down. Now you know what these people are fighting for. So what are you waiting for?
Yeah, you are actually right. And I want to use this opportunity to commend our Igodomi Igodo Biafrans. They demonstrated today, yes, that they have joined the sit at home. I want to commend Biafran Seed, Omorui. Thank you so much. And all the Biafrans from Igodomi Igodo land. I understand Igodomi Igodo whenever they rise up to do something, they do it very well to the best of their knowledge. I have been there. I stayed Igodomi Igodo for 7 good years, so I understand when they are really out for something, they will give it their all. So I commend Omorui for that. And he should be here as well, speaking, so that it's through this awareness that a lot of people will really understand that Igodomi have risen up to take our destiny into our own hands. It's high time we tell foreigners in our land that their time is up. Their time is up. They need to leave our land. We, the owners of the land, we have to take custody of what belongs to us. The Beninese have taken hold of our communities for a very long time, even changing our Eze system to Ogiso and all the rest of them. And this is not who we are. So I really appreciate Omorui and others and University Bright for creating that awareness, and our people are rising up to the occasion. Thank you so much. Deputy Minister, we have 6 minutes. Do you have anything to say before we can hand the mic to Information Minister? Oh, Deputy is not close. Honorable Betty, please, your final submission before we can hand the mic over some. Honorable Betty is not very close to her device as well. So, Nkodi number, I can't approve your request because I don't know today. I can only see people who are requesting, but I can't give them the mic. So I see you on the request list, but I can't approve your request. And we are also running out of time. And I want Biafrans to understand that tomorrow is another day for the sit at home. Our leader is going to court. And the only way we can be in solidarity with him is to sit at home so that the zoo will understand that the person they are holding unjustly is the leader of over 80 million Biafrans. Very, very important they understand that. University, your final words before I give the mic to the Information Minister. Okay. So, fellow Biafrans and wonderful people, we really appreciate everybody who have joined tonight. Awareness creation is very, very, very important that we understand that our freedom is in our own hands. Our freedom depends on us. We are not going to expect the West, America, and co to come and hand over freedom to us on a platter of gold. We must have to fight and fight and fight. And one of the ways we have to fight is to support the Biafran Defense Forces. These are the volunteers who have given it all, who have sacrificed themselves to defend our land. So the manpower is there. What is needed is the resources to make sure that these terrorists are evicted. So support the Biafran Defense Forces through your special donations to the website. And as well, you can embrace the special IOU loan. If you don't have the mind to support the liberation, you can as well loan your money to the government and you have 100%, return in profit. Very, very important so that we can fight this freedom and get our nation running. We have all the natural resources. We have all the whole money to be able to pay any amount of money that you can loan the government. We have them in quantum. So thank you so much, wonderful people and lovers of freedom. Tomorrow is the D-Day. Our leader goes to court. And we pray total victory. Of course, our leader have no case to answer. That their court. I don't know. Nigeria want to legalize illegality, which is practically impossible. How can you commit kidnapping and you want to try somebody that you kidnapped? That is really laughable. But all the same, in Nigeria, anything can happen. But when it comes to our leader, anything cannot happen to the case of our leader. Our leader must certainly be left off the hook because he have no case to answer. And Biafra must be restored in our own time. So thank you so much, our Information Minister, for giving us this opportunity. Wonderful Biafrans and lovers of freedom, thank you for joining us tonight. As I hand my mic to the Information Minister, Mazi Sonny Akparawa. Information Minister, are you close to your device?
Yes, yes. Thank you,
Okay.
thank you,
Thank you.
Michael. I think we are okay with your closing remarks. So see you all tomorrow. In other places, it's already a new day. So thank you all, and God bless. Thank you.